evening and welcome. The December 16th, 2025 meeting of the Portsmouth Zoning Board of Adjustment is now in session. The following items, this is for everyone, right? Yes. The following items have been postponed to the January meeting. So if you are here for these, listen carefully. Old business A, 909 Islington Street. New business C, 20 Coffins Court. And new business I, 25 Sims Avenue. We will not be discussing them tonight, most likely next month, but stay tuned.
Okay.
There's been a request.
So, at the request of the board and as the vice chair of the Zoning Board of Adjustment, I just want to acknowledge Phyllis Eldridge, who is chairing our last meeting as the chair and as a member of the ZBA. To the best of our knowledge, we think she's been on the board since 2017. She's hoping to have perhaps come back as an alternate at some time, but if she doesn't, I do want to acknowledge her long service to the city. Phyllis has served on every land use board except for the Conservation Commission. She has also been a city councilor, and she has also served on the trustees of the trust fund. She has worked at the high school in the Futures program and has served our community in a lot of nonprofits like Families First and some others. So I just want to say thank you, Phyllis, very much for your service as member and chair, and we will miss you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
It was dangerously close to an obituary, but yeah, she's just finding new pursuits in her life.
Yes.
Just to calm everyone's fears.
Gavel back to the chair.
Thanks. Okay. The first item of business is approval of the minutes of the November 18th, 2025 meeting.
I'll move to approve them, but I have some comments as well that I'll
Okay.
come
Is
up
there a second?
later.
I'll second, but I have one comment as well.
Okay.
Just a moment while I find my comments. Tom, do you want to go first with yours?
Sure. On page 5 of the meeting packet, page 2 of the minutes, the 5th paragraph, this is an incorrect correction that I submitted last month that didn't get corrected correctly. So on the 5th paragraph down, it's the 3rd line. It says, Mr. Neese concurred and said that none of the public comments, none should be one. Yeah. And that's reflected in the first sentence there where it should have been changed to one.
And Mr. Ross?
Page 8 of the minutes, the first full paragraph that begins with Mr. Mattson said the project made sense. The next sentence, Mr. Rossi said his concerns, so on and so forth. A clear case for hardship for granting the maximum allowed setback. That should be for exceeding the maximum allowable setback. Okay, and then on page 13, the paragraph that starts on the top of the page, there's a line about halfway or a little bit more through that paragraph that said, he said that was a unique condition of the property. It reads that it was pitched off the right rear corner of the structure. It should be pinched, P-I-N-C-H-E-D. Do you see where I'm talking about, Stephanie, or somebody? Yeah, you do, okay. And then finally on page 15, in the discussion of the motion that I made, the second sentence, he said the overall arching, it should be overarching. That's it for my corrections.
Okay. Is there any other? Yes, Ms.
Yes, so page 6, which is page 9 of our packet. Yeah. The first long paragraph, it's the second to last sentence. It says, Mr. Mattson said the ordinance would want to have the structure closer to the street and further away from the setback, and I'd like to add wetlands setback, so wetlands before setback. And then the sentence continues, and the applicant's argument seemed to be why it had to be where it was. And instead of saying had, I think it should read, and the applicant's argument seemed to be why setting it back was good. Yeah.
Any other comments? Okay, then we will be voting on the minutes with the recommended amendments. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain?
Okay, then they are all set. Okay. So our first item of business then is old business B.
Do you want to do postpone? We have to do
So,
that. What's wrong with it?
yeah, okay. I do, but I have forgotten what I wanted. Okay. There are further requests for postponements, and because they were not decided before the meeting, we have to deal with those requests tonight. So I would like to take item D under new business out of order to, no, that's not a postponement, I'm sorry, we'll get to that after. Item E, right?
Yes, correct.
Yes.
Sorry, D has another, item E has requested a postponement. And,
Madam Chair, I move that we take item 3, new business, E, Echo, out of order.
Second,
second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Abstain?
That was the only one. I'm sorry, I do this all the time. You think I would learn? All in favor of postponing the meeting
Well,
to a date?
Madam Chairman, make a motion to postpone the meeting till January.
Okay,
The hearing.
Seconded.
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Sorry,
Point of clarification, postpone the hearing for item E?
the hearing.
Abstain and recuse from that application.
Instead of saying meeting, it's hearing.
Okay.
Are we good with that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I also wanted to, go ahead.
We didn't read it into the record, but do you want to state what 3E is in case people
I am-
don't know?
Should I just leave now? Request to postpone the request of Chase Home for Children, care of Woodman owners, for property located at 698 Middle Road, whereas relief is needed to construct a new facility on the property, which requires the following. 1, variance from section 10.334 to allow the residential care facility use to be extended to another part of the remainder of the land. 2, variance from section 10.440 to allow for the construction of a new residential care facility structure. Said property is located on Assessor Map 232, Lot 45, and lies within the Single Residence B district. That is what has been postponed till January, and it is kind of late coming news, so if anybody is here for this, then I am sorry. Okay, the other thing I wanted to take out of order was item D, under new business. The request of Kenneth J. and Rebecca T. Nicholson for property located at 53 Prey Street, whereas relief is needed to demolish and reconstruct the existing sunroom and roof deck, replace the existing patio and driveway, and replace an 8-foot fence which requires the following. 1, variance from section 10.521 to allow a 7.5 foot right side yard where 30 feet is required. 2, variance from section 10.515.13 to allow an 8-foot fence in the front yard where 4 feet is allowed. And 3, variance from section 10.516.10 to allow a 6.5-foot front yard where 17 is required. Said property is located on Assessor Map 102, Lot 40, and lies within the waterfront business and historic districts. Is there a motion to take this out of order? Would anybody?
So moved.
Second? Do
Second.
you want me? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Right.
The reason I brought this up for discussion is that I thought there might be some confusion with this request right now, because we have had different bits of information and changes to the request. It's a bit of a moving target, and I wanted to give you the chance to say that you might need more time, consideration to look this over. If you don't, that's fine also, but we were discussing whether or not you felt that you had all the information.
So, I would like to put this off until January or until a clean submission is made to the board. We received one version of the request in our meeting packet, and then a revision today, which has additional pages, but also I saw a discrepancy between the dates on the original memorandum, and I did not have time to sort all that out. I just saw it after work, and I think to give this application a fair hearing, I would appreciate it going to January.
Yeah,
Mr. Mattson?
if I could just comment, I would be fine with that as well. But I was thinking an alternative could be, we could hear what they had to say tonight and continue it. I don't know if there's one, because I think probably after hearing it, I still would want to have more information, but I guess seeing what we have before us now could be continued, unless there's a reason to have it just postponed until we're sure it's all there, and either way is,
Anybody else?
I'd have to say that the submission today came in too late in the day for me to even look at it, so I don't know if anything that's in here is relevant to the new submission. So, with all due respect, Jeff, I would agree with Ms. Marchison to postpone the entire matter.
Yes, Mr. Ram?
Yeah, I know that the applicant's representative, I think, is trying to see if they can provide some info on this. But the, what has been submitted, even in our packet, has lots of red in it, which I thought was kind of unusual. You don't often see like certain words in red and other words in black, and so it just did seem to strike. And then getting the additional information today kind of sort of just reinforces that, giving the applicant an opportunity to make sure this is correct. And I don't know if it's the result of any fault of the applicant or if it's something that just occurred with planning staff, wherever the problem lies. But I think it would just be best that we know and fully understand what it is we're being asked of and what it is that we're approving.
Would someone like to make a motion to that?
I would like, oh, sorry.
No, I'm
You
sorry,
don't want
go
a
ahead.
motion? Okay, you do want a motion. I would like to make a motion that this matter be postponed until such time as a proper and complete packet has been submitted to the planning department.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Mano. Yes.
Yeah, my concern with that motion is I don't know if it meets our desire to have a date certain or if planning staff feels that that is adequate.
I think clarifying a date certain would be in the best interest.
Okay, 3 months hence or sooner.
I don't think that's a date certain.
It's not? 3 months hence is, I mean,
How about January?
we just postponed 4 other matters to January.
true.
I would not be in favor of that. I would say February.
February?
So, I mean, that's what I would say, but if you guys don't agree with it, you don't have to vote for the motion.
Yeah, I would vote against that motion. I mean, I think at this point in time, I don't see why that can't be ready for January. We can make a determination at that point in time what the total amount of workload looks like, and then maybe stuff that comes in new after that would be the thing that falls off the truck and gets done in February. But I don't think it's fair to this applicant to delay them 2 months. That's my thought.
So if someone could tell me the motion you have on the floor and if you still would like to stand behind that motion.
If February is not going to fly, I can modify my motion to postpone this matter until our January meeting.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to postpone this to January in order to get the information that we need. Oh, no, was there someone who?
You concur with that?
Is it
the
still been
second.
seconded?
Is the second okay
Yeah,
with you?
it's fine.
He was verbal. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And thank you, Chair Eldridge.
Anything else we can put off to next month?
Thank you. Okay, now, They're here, right?
We're still on old business.
Sorry. I was hoping to avoid that. So B, 134 Pleasant Street, request for a rehearing. This is not a public hearing. So we have all read. That's all it says.
You want to read the request from the packet? You're welcome to do that as well.
I do not have that in front of me.
What is the?
No, that's
debate now?
fine. No, I think we're good.
Are you okay?
Yep.
Yes, Mr. Ram.
Yeah, so I'll just give some initial thoughts on this. So we had a pretty extensive review of this particular item. The applicant provided quite a bit of information. I think there was quite a bit of discussion by the board. The points that are being brought up here, well, there's kind of two separate ones in my impression. One is that the planning staff erred in requiring that the matter go before the zoning board at all. There's some indication that because it was a historic use and it was only being relocated, that it really didn't even need to have relief from the zoning board. My personal impression on that is I do believe that there was pretty significant change to the property, what was being done, the location of the drive-through that was of concern was significantly different. Its orientation was different. Its access point was different. The nature of how cars would turn in was very significantly different. In addition, it's also changed the location of where the business was located from the back building to a brand new front building, which again was influencing where this drive-through was going. And then the back building was being converted into a fairly high-use residential building. So I think those are some of the concerns that, in my mind, make it clear that that was a significant change in the use, and that it made it fair game to say, hey, this was on the property before. However, you're changing it around in such a significant manner that it is something now that is no longer allowed by the current zoning and therefore is no longer grandfathered. So in that sense, I think that is not anything that this board should consider having a rehearing for. The second part was really just the nature of our disapproval, in that I think a lot of our focus was on the change in what the zoning is trying to accomplish. And the applicant is basically saying, well, once again, that we have had this use, it's been successful, we're making it better in the sense of better for vehicular traffic flow. I think the board's concern was, yes, but it was at a cost for pedestrian access, particularly for my second on the motion to deny, with regard to having open access to the back building and making that an inviting pedestrian experience, which I think is at the heart of what the zoning ordinance is trying to accomplish. And so with that, they make some arguments, but I didn't see anything where there was a particular fault that was recognized where we were not adequately considering it. I think they took disagreement with our ultimate decision, which is, not surprising, but I didn't see where there was anything that was presented that indicated that the board erred so much in its application egregiously that it requires a rehearing. So those are my thoughts.
Yes. Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Neese.
Thank you. I'd just like to address a few other points that are in the letter and maybe add to some of the comments that Mr. Ryu made on some of the points he made. The first is there's some comments in the letter that I really couldn't find any justification for. On page 21 of the report, and then again on page 31, it mentions that the planning department or the planning board decided it was better to move the drive-through to the south side of the lot. I went back and listened to the planning board meeting twice, and I couldn't find any comments that really reflected that as a recommendation from the planning board or from the planning department at that meeting. Neither thing happened. So I don't put any stock into that there was a recommendation from the planning department or the planning board that the drive-through be moved to the south side, at least not at the September 18th meeting of the planning board. I'd also point out that at the ZBA meeting, I asked why did the thing change, why did the location change? And the applicant's representative didn't mention any recommendation from the planning board at that meeting. They said that after reviewing the discussion at the planning board, they decided they'd move it to a different location, but they didn't attribute that to a recommendation. There's some comments in the letter that, indicate that they didn't think pedestrian flow was an item that the ZBA should be looking at. And I disagree with that. As Mr. Rayom pointed out, one of the goals in this character district is to encourage pedestrian-friendly development, and pedestrian flow is clearly a part of that. With respect to whether a variance was needed or not, I would point out that this issue was brought up at the planning board. In fact, one of the planning board members said he was disappointed that we still allowed drive-throughs in this character district, and the chair corrected him immediately and said, no, we don't, and this will require a variance. And then he emphasized the section of the zoning ordinance which would require that. So, I understand why they would disagree with our decision, but I don't think they presented a strong argument as to why there was an error of either procedure or law. All of those points got discussed quite thoroughly at the ZBA meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Murchison.
So piggybacking on that, I believe that as to Mr. Rayom's first point that the planning staff heard, that to me is an appeal of administrative code official, which they cannot raise for the first time at this hearing. They needed to raise that in the initial hearing and actually have what we're going to have tonight, which is a hearing on disagreeing with the administrative code official's determination. And secondly, as to the drive-through, this is in CD4. A drive-through is not allowed. They needed a variance for that. I did not see that issue being heavily addressed in the motion for rehearing. So I do not believe that there's anything that needs to be reheard.
Anybody else? Mr.
I'll just add, I was in the minority on the decision, but I don't necessarily think that the procedure there was an error in the way that we arrived at that conclusion. So even if I don't necessarily agree with the result, I don't think there's a need for a rehearing.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Wilson.
As you know, I was absent from that meeting, but I did study the appropriate materials and the documents submitted as part of the appeal. I would like to, although it's not the major concern in this matter, of all the things that were kind of thrown at the wall here, one piece of spaghetti that I think we need to be clear about not sticking is on page 13 of the appeal, where it is stated that the applicant's variance application and testimony at the public hearing demonstrated that the application satisfied the three other criteria, so on and so forth. This assertion is based on the fact that the letter from the planning department back to the appellant did not mention those other three criteria as being insufficient. Just let it be noted that it is not the practice of this board to enumerate every single deficiency in an application, and the fact that the planning department was silent on three of the criteria should not be assumed that the board felt that those criteria were satisfied. It is only necessary in our practice to specify one of the criteria as being deficient in order to turn down an application. So I just wanted to make sure that was part of the record of our deliberation and why this is not a consideration, and that allows us to rehear it.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have anything to add? Would somebody like to make a motion? Thank you. Mr. Neese.
I'll make a motion to deny the request for a rehearing on the ZBA's decision on 134 Pleasant Street.
Is there a second? Okay. Mr. Manow seconds.
I'm not going to repeat everything everyone said. I think the board members have mentioned a number of points that they believe that boil down to the fact they don't believe that there's been an identification of error of procedure or in law in our decision from that meeting. And I would refer to the discussion that happened beforehand.
Does the second have anything to add?
Nope.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Then a yes vote denies a rehearing. All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to call your names. Mr. Neese?
Yes.
Mr. Mano?
Yes.
Ms. Margison?
Yes.
Mr. Rayam?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Mr. Mattson?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So the rehearing is denied. Okay, I think that brings us to item A under new business. We've made it to new business. The request of Eric Brassard, owner, for property located at 233 Dennett Street, whereas relief is needed to construct a detached accessory dwelling unit and garage, which requires the following. 1, a variance from section 10.521 to allow A, 4-foot left side yard where 10 is required. Said property is located on Assessor Map 142, Lot 7, and lies within the General Residence A district. Is there anyone to speak to this petition?
Hi there.
Hello,
Hi, everyone. Yeah, I'm Eric Broussard. I own the house.
welcome.
Thank you very much. Forgive me. Should I just sort of walk through the idea and?
Yes, we would like you to do that and then address the criteria, if you would.
Great, yeah. The plan is to build a 2-car garage with a apartment, which will be a rental unit above. I've had it planned, I actually did the planning board last year and then went back and realized that the space that is provided for by the house, the existing house, is not quite large enough for what I talked about. There are a couple factors right now. The space currently occupies a driveway that can have 3 cars side by side by side. That 3rd car is quite close to the property line. So part of the thought here is that putting up the garage, which will give a little bit of relief into the property line, it actually would be about 4.5 feet. I'm sorry, 4 feet 3 inches is what I'm looking for there. And the thought is that that's the highest and best use of that space is to have an enclosed garage with the housing unit above. Very briefly, from a design standpoint, the goal is, of course, to stay in line with what exists on the house and in the neighborhood. I'm a little bit of a history buff. I've done some research into the house, and my house is one of the oldest on the block. And I want to do everything I can to preserve the look and the spirit of that, and to the further neighborhood surrounding as well. Did I miss anything? Sorry.
No, you're good.
Great.
If you want to tell us more about the project,
Sure.
you may. If not, you can go right to the criteria. And if we have questions, we'll let you know.
I mean, I'm happy to discuss the project. I mean, the idea is, as I said, to have a 2-car garage, workshop space, get the garbage cans out, put them inside, that type of stuff. And then it'll be just a 1-bedroom rental unit above. Sorry, the other issue that I had bumped into with this was, the walkway that will exist between the new building and the existing dwelling, which was a consideration when I was talking to the planning board. Wanted to make sure to make it look as though they are 2 separate structures and rather than 2 structures that were sort of squished together. So that's part of why I needed to come here and talk about this, is to allow for that 5.5 feet of space between the 2. It puts me into that side yard setback.
Okay.
Yeah. As far as the criteria, and forgive me, I've just never done this before. You just want me to sort of talk through each of the bullet points?
Sure.
Is that the best way to do it?
Yes,
Awesome.
please. If you want to. It's helpful for us.
Great.
And, okay, thank you.
Yeah, happy to. The first, as it pertains to the public interest, my thought here was ultimately that I think the public interest, granting the variance is consistent with the public interest because it will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood or interfere with the public's use and enjoyment of the surrounding or public areas. Cool. the spirit of the ordinance, I do believe the spirit of the ordinance will be observed, as the proposed variance will allow for the continued reasonable use of the property and specifically of the space that we're talking about for the reasons I mentioned earlier. I got a little tangled up on substantial justice, but I did a little research. As far as the third criteria is concerned, I believe that granting the variance will result in substantial justice because the benefit to me and my household, which is just me and my partner and the dogs, will far outweigh any potential harm, though I will reassert that I do not believe there is any harm to the public. Approval would ensure that I can make reasonable use of my property while the community will experience no adverse effects. The value of surrounding properties, I don't believe that this will have any effect to the value of the surrounding properties. Design-wise, as I said, I'm staying consistent with what is already there, both on my property and neighboring properties. And if you were to go up this stretch of Dennett Street, you'll see that actually the spacing of many of the houses is consistent with what I'm looking for in this variance. And for the last piece, I believe that literal enforcement would create an unnecessary hardship to me because of the unique circumstances of my property, as I mentioned before. The original house was built in 1810. They weren't super worried about two-car garages in 1810. But the location of that house and its original footprint does restrict the ways in which the available space can be used.
Okay. Thank you. Are there questions for the applicant? Yes, Mr. Ram.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, just to preamble my question so you can kind of understand where I'm coming from, on page 190 of our packet, it's your graph paper sheet A. Just to kind of point out, your existing house, as you've shown here, is 760 square feet in footprint. What you're proposing to build is 721 and a half square feet in footprint, almost as big as your current house. And then sort of scrolling down to your second picture, it's page 197 of our packet. You kind of show this sort of ghost image of what you're proposing to build. And at 23 feet, it's about 3 feet shorter than your existing house. So you're kind of building another sort of home size structure, adjacent to your house. And also, 4 feet away from the property line when, as can be seen in that same photo I just talked about in 197, your neighbor's house is very close to being right there. So with that in mind, I'm curious, why are you not looking at positioning this structure at the backside of your property and have it accessed via Kane Street, or as you point out, formerly Myrtle Avenue? It's what's left of Myrtle Avenue after the Route 1 bypass cut it into back in 1940. So why is it not being placed back there?
To address your first point, excuse me, as a part of my planning board hearing, I acknowledge that the design of this, and I don't refute the point, but the width of my current house, the front face that faces the road, is 36 feet. The width of the proposed garage is 26. So it will be smaller in scale there, and it will not stand as high, both because the structure is not as tall as my house and because the grade there, the house actually stands proud by about 40 inches. So the first floor of the the first floor of the existing unit will not be on plane with the slab of the garage. It'll be about 40 inches lower.
Okay.
Does that address your question?
Well, yes and no. I guess my bigger question that I'm not sure I heard an answer to, maybe I missed it, is, what's preventing you from locating it in the backside of the property?
Oh, I'm sorry, I hadn't gotten to that point. A couple of things. One, the backside of my property is about 120 feet away from the house. So just practical use as far as access to the garage from the principal unit. The other thought is down the road, and I certainly don't want to open a can of worms, but at some point, should I not need the income from a rental unit, I would like to connect the house to the garage and be able to access it directly by some sort of a breezeway. That would be much more difficult should the garage be in the back of the lot.
Okay. And then I guess my second question for you is, why were you before the planning board? To get a conditional use permit? Is that what you were there for? Okay. For the accessory dwelling unit?
Correct.
Okay. And then, so you have, 26 feet wide, almost 28 feet deep. That is a pretty good sized 2-car garage, and I understand certainly part of your drivers, probably the ADU up above, where at about 720 square feet, you're about about 25 square feet smaller than maximum that's allowed for that. But I'm also looking at, again, you could be pulled further away from the neighboring property. I mean, a minimum size for two-car garage is 20 by 20, admittedly, that's very tight. But, you know, what's driving the 26 feet? Could you live with something that's, you know, more like a 22-foot width so that it is farther back from the property line? Admittedly, not the full 10 feet, but at least it would be 8 feet back versus the 4 that you're proposing now. Just out of curiosity, what drove that dimension?
Sort of what you were mentioning about just having the sort of ease of use of the more width just makes it that easier to get in and out of cars, store a lawnmower and snow blower, that type of thing. It's sort of, if you're going to do it correctly and for the best use for my purposes, and that's why we're looking for 26 feet.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Rossi?
Just a slightly different variant on the question that Mr. Rayum asked you, Mr. Broussard. Would it be possible to locate the garage, not all the way at the back, but a little further from the back to kind of stagger it away from the neighbor's house? Because I think that's where the concern for the 4-foot, lot line clearance.
Sure,
comes
I understand. One of the conversations, again, that we had during my planning board process was that, as you can, I don't know if you can see on the site plan, my neighbors on that side, I have 2 neighbors on this side of the property. Their backyards back up into one another. I'd actually asked to be able to put the front plane of the garage 5 foot closer than a different ordinance allowed for, which was 10 feet back from the front plane of the principal dwelling unit. And that was so that I did not obscure any open air to both of the backyards of my neighbors. So the answer to your question is, the further back it goes, it would basically block off their open air in their backyard
right.
that much more.
Yeah.
Right now, it lines up, the garage as proposed only extends about 3 feet beyond the back edge of the neighboring house.
I see. So the open air and light is better served where it is than if you move it back.
That's right.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
For my neighbor's purposes, yes.
Mr. Mattson?
Yeah, if I could just continue on with this theme is my initial thought was actually similar to Board Member Rayum about if you just accessed it from Kane Street, it could, it could be within all the setbacks and whatever, but you mentioned the convenience factor. And then my second thought was essentially if it was slightly more secondary to the existing principal structure, you could push it over slightly, like even if it was connected or not connected, but you could basically avoid needing this variance if you had it 10 feet from the side yard. Based on with the same amount of width, you would need it back far enough to push it behind the house.
Sure, and then have it overlap, the planes would overlap, you mean?
Well, I mean, there's a couple approaches there, whether it's connected or not, but yeah, essentially the right side of the garage would be slightly behind the left side of the house from the street. I'm generally not into trying to make all sorts of design choices. It just it seems like your ask here is, it's within the side yard setback and it's awfully close to the neighbor's house, so there's some concerns, and it seems like there are viable alternatives given your lot size.
Yeah, I think the challenge. Sorry.
Oh, you can.
Oh, I thought you had your hand.
No.
I was like, I don't think you have to raise your hand.
No.
I think the challenge with pushing it back, as you're suggesting, is that it then is creating all of this dead space in that area there. It's leaving that piece of yard effectively unused and cutting into a backyard that, to be candid with you, is one of the great benefits of this lot on that property. Mm-hmm. So it's trying not to change, what's back there already. I'm trying to use the existing driveway space that had been there. Actually, the current lot, I've since taken the fence down, obviously, but there was a fence that is just shy of where the back of this proposed garage would be as planned, that sort of already delineated where you park the cars.
Okay, and then just finally, did you consider a connected attached accessory dwelling unit as opposed to the detached?
I have. I think from a design perspective, it just doesn't quite line up with the history, like the style of the time. And I think also to have if we're talking about 26 feet of garage coming off 56 feet of house, it's quite a span that I don't quite know how to design in the spirit of what exists in the neighborhood.
Anybody else? I guess I need an explanation, please. Someone over here, I think it was Mr. Rossi, recommended maybe moving it back so that it wasn't so close to the street. And you said that the problem with that is that it would block more air and light from your neighbor. But wouldn't it just block air and light in the rear as opposed to air and light toward the front of the building? I don't see a difference.
Forgive me, I don't understand the question.
Okay. So the building next to you, to which this garage is going to be very close, runs quite a distance back. It's a pretty long house. And the way you have it now, it will be 4 feet from the front side of that house, toward the front of that house, right?
No, when I said the 5, I'm talking about my house. It sits 5 feet back from my house. I think it sits a bit further back from hers, on the front
But
plane.
when we asked if you could move it back a bit, I thought you said you couldn't because you felt it would block more of the air and light from your neighbor.
That's correct. That's
And
what
I
I said,
don't
yes.
see why it would block more further back than it now blocks, the way you've suggested.
Because moving the building back would further obscure the open air of her backyard.
Of your backyard.
Of her
Our
backyard.
backyard?
If we look, I don't know,
But now it blocks air and light from the home.
there's 2 windows on that side of the house. Both are bathrooms, both always with curtains drawn. The neighbor and I are dear friends. She was here in support of the project at the planning board meeting. I see her every day.
Okay.
Yeah. I appreciate the concern. It was something I've worked to be sensitive to in the design process.
Any other questions? Okay. Sure. Yes.
So just building on that, air and light, the circulation of air and light is between buildings. That's the purpose of setbacks. I appreciate your desire to preserve the air and light from your neighbor's yard, but it really is between buildings. And, it appears that their building itself is within its left yard setback, I think, and your building would be coming quite within the setback too. So the concern is that you're impeding air and light, movement of air and light between the 2 buildings.
I see.
That's what the purpose of the zoning ordinance is, for preserving setbacks.
I understand.
Anybody else? Okay. And I'm going to open it to the public. Yes.
I thought you closed it.
I know. Closed it tomorrow. Is there anyone in the public who would like to speak in favor of this petition?
Madam Chair, should we remind both petitioners and the public what their time limits are?
Thank you. You have the petitioner has 15 minutes, and if you need more, please ask us ahead of time, and the board will decide whether to grant it. If you are speaking for or against, we request you do that within 5 minutes, please. Okay. Anyone to speak in opposition? Anyone to speak to, for, or against? Okay. Then the public hearing is closed, and it's back to us. No one's on, no one's on. What would you like to do?
Regrettably, I think the case for hardship here is quite weak. There were several alternatives proposed for how the property owner could satisfy their needs without requiring this reduced setback from the left property line, including moving the ADU and garage over and adjoining it to the main house and staggering it back farther if that would help make it more architecturally pleasing to the property owner. So I could be convinced, but right now I don't see the hardship case of the property requiring this to be located where it is.
Mr. Metzen?
Yeah, I guess I'll add, to me, this property, it seems to me that this can definitely support an accessory dwelling unit of some kind. And I don't necessarily have a huge problem with what's being proposed. I think there might be better solutions, and I'm not entirely convinced, but there is at least justification as to why it's being proposed here. But yeah, whether or not that constitutes a hardship and everything is a higher standard. But yeah, I guess I'm just weighing those thoughts.
Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with the hardship. I mean, my concern here is this is a very substantial structure. The applicant is asking for a lot. I want my very wide 2-car garage. I want my ADU on top of it. I want it to be right next to my house so that I can connect it someday, which I'm not sure. I mean, I would think you can connect it today. Understand the concern about, moving it backwards, but I think the applicant is not understanding that we would also then ask him to move it to the full 10 feet. So that the neighbor is really only allowed, a 10-foot setback. That's what the ordinance calls for. If you moved it further back, yeah, it would be closer to the backyard, but it would also be the additional 6 feet away with this very substantial structure. And it would be, at that point in time, fully compliant, would not have to come before this board. The applicant has kind of said, hey, there's some other properties nearby that the houses are very close together. And that's a true statement. Certainly some of the older sections of Dennett Street, closer to Maplewood, where those homes go back. And as the applicant pointed out, they have one of the unusually older homes in this particular stretch of the neighborhood. But the others were developed sometime later, and there is a little bit more open space between them. As it kind of turns out, the applicant does sort of have this tempting sort of space off to the side, but it's just not quite there. And I guess my concern with it is you're trying to get everything, and it's creating a very large structure that ends up being, in my opinion, uncomfortably close to the neighbor's property. I'm glad that the applicant is seemingly, they're good neighbors together. They are supportive of each other. That said, what we are charged with is looking at the ordinance as a whole. We're also looking, this is a permanent change to the neighborhood. It will go well beyond these two owners owning these properties. It will, stay with the land forever. So we do have an obligation, regardless of whether the two parties are, perhaps agreeable on it, of making sure that what the ordinance is trying to accomplish here is being upheld. And I just think that the ask here is a bit too much. Personally for me, I would not say Dover would be invoked if perhaps the applicant came back with a revised proposal that required less of a setback relief, something on the order of maybe like 2 feet I could live with, or one of the other solutions I think that was presented could be done without requiring any kind of relief from this board whatsoever. Admittedly, maybe with some differences in what the applicant was hoping to get, but I just think this is too much of an ask.
Anybody over here?
Nobody has convinced me that I missed the hardship case. So on that basis, I will make a motion to deny the application as presented and advertised.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Mr. Rossi.
Yeah. Hardship requires that there be something unique about this property that really argues in favor of the placement of this accessory dwelling unit within the left line setback. It maybe requires is too strong of a word, but supports the placement of the structure where it is proposed. And there is really no hardship. There's nothing unique about the property that says this is where it must go. It's not an exceptionally narrow property. It doesn't have a geometric pattern. And right now we're taking, that the proposal is to take a property that's conforming with regard to the left lot line setback and make it non-conforming, which is always a big ask in any district. So having said that, I do not think that this application meets the hardship requirement and fails on that criterion for the reasons I just stated. There are other ways that this property can reasonably be used to accomplish the objectives of the applicant, and therefore hardship does not exist. That's my motion.
Does the second have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I will also bolster it. I also think it, in addition to what Mr. Rossi has mentioned, I also think that it's kind of failing the first two criteria, which we generally look at together. Granting the variance would not be contrary to the public interest, and granting the variance would observe the spirit of the ordinance. Again, what the ordinance is really trying to accomplish here is spacing. We kind of use this term light and air. And it is really against, it's more than just buildings, really. It's the enjoyment of the neighbor's property and saying, hey, you know, you can't build something right up to my property line, or in this case, we're saying even 10 feet back from the property line. You know, in some cases, I could say that those two criteria might have been more satisfied if this were, say, you know, a more modest one-story structure. But this is a very large two-story structure, essentially a second home almost, that is being built within the 10-foot setback, to the degree of there's now only a 4-foot setback. Our other concern as well is, you know, accessibility, to be able to maintain that. The taller the structure, the more difficult it is to go and do proper maintenance on it. So with that, I mean, I think what the ordinance is trying to accomplish here and what the general characteristics of the neighborhood is, there is some space generally to one side of the other homes. I think this particular home, even though it's much older than some of the others, sort of conforms to that feel. What the applicant is proposing and where they're proposing to put it is just simply contrary to what we're trying to accomplish with the ordinance and in general with the characteristics of this portion of the neighborhood.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, again, I think an accessory dwelling unit of some sort could fit on this lot, and this lot is unique in some ways, but instead of supporting the hardship, it almost goes against it, because it's a through lot and it's quite large, so it should alleviate the need to put it within the side yard setback.
That is exactly what I was going to say. I think if anything's unique about the property is that it is so much larger than most of the neighbor's land, and it really does beg the question of why put it right there. It is a beautiful building, though.
It is.
It is very well designed and a beautiful building.
I apologize. I know, I just, can I?
No, you can't. I'm sorry. But I will support the motion. Anybody else? Okay, then a yes denies the petitioner's request. Mr. Neese,
Yes.
Mr. Manow,
No.
Ms. Margison,
Yes.
Mr. Ram,
Yes.
Mr. Rossi,
Yes.
Mr. Mattson,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So, you are denied. Okay. Our next item of business is, my computer is failing. Our next item of business is, why won't this just do what it's supposed to do? Item B under new business, the request of R&J 2100 Corporation and Radmoto USA applicant for property located at 2100 Lafayette Road, whereas relief is needed for a change of use from retail bicycle shop to sales of electric mopeds and motorcycles, which requires the following. 1, special exception from section 10.440, use number 11.10, to allow sales, renting, or leasing of motorcycles, including accessory repair services. Said property is located on Assessor Map 267, Lot 3, and lies within the Gateway Corridor District. Is there anyone to speak to this proposal?
Good evening. I'm Chaz Sullivan, owner of Radmoto. And first off, before diving into this, I want to say it's a real pleasure being back in Portsmouth after being gone for a decade as a PHS alum. And it's been a real pleasure building a business here. There's people in this room that have been very helpful in guiding us in how to build our business. And we have a personal electric vehicle business, and we started as selling bicycles. We've been working very closely with the Portsmouth Police Department on regulations rolling out for bicycles and those for class 3 or out of class electric vehicles. And we've also been involved with the Portsmouth Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee as well. And we want to get in front of the changing rules and regulations for electric bicycles throughout the nation. And so there's a big direction to register the bicycles that are faster, and we are a personal electric vehicle business, and so we're looking to be able to register e-bikes as well as mopeds and grow our business. We're located right in front of Water Country. On that same street, there's multiple motorcycle dealerships as well as car dealerships as well. And so we just want to get in front of changing bicycle regulations and be able to register bikes and put moped and motorcycle plates on them. And we're not changing the building at all. We just want to be able to be zoned properly so that we're following all the rules and regulations and being proactive. This is my first time up here as well, so what else is helpful to cover?
There are criteria to receive a special exception, if you would like to tell us about those in light of your project.
Yes, thank you very much. So the standard for the special exceptions per section 10.232.20, no hazard to public or adjacent property, no detriment to property values or neighborhood character. So we're not actually changing the building at all. It's electric, so there's no emissions, no fuel storage either, and no traffic safety hazard or substantial increase in congestion. The store stays exactly the same. We're not changing anything. And no excessive demand on municipal services. So we don't have any fuel or oil or waste disposal needs. And won't strain the city water or sanitation systems. And no significant increase in stormwater runoff. We're not changing the building. Harmony with ordinance intent, Gateway District purpose. So we are, part of designing this business actually is in accordance with the city master plan to actually help with vehicle congestion in the city of Portsmouth and offer alternative short-range transportation vehicles. So we're trying to help and be in alignment with reducing fossil fuel dependence and more sustainability and future-focused transportation. So offering short-range transportation to, for instance, we're right next to the plaza that has McKinnon's, and there's multiple new apartment complexes that have gone in there. Our bicycles, and now we'll be hoping to carry mopeds, would help out with that short-range transportation, so there's less congestion and also less noise, which there's been complaints about loud two-stroke motors and leaf blowers, I hear, is one that's it's brought up often in Portsmouth. So, yeah, and in this case, we're not changing the building at all. We just want to be able to be in accordance with the rules and the changing space of personal electric vehicles.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant? Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just trying to understand your business model a little bit. By the way, it took me by surprise. I was like, really? Portsmouth Quality Flooring isn't in there anymore? And apparently they're not. So all the bicycles that you're currently selling, are they all stored indoors? Do you have any outdoor storage of any of the items that you're selling?
So two things. Portsmouth Quality Flooring, we're sharing the space now. They're in the middle unit, and we moved into the end unit. Sure. And we are not storing any vehicles outside. We have a warehouse that we store vehicles in, and this is really it's kind of like a boutique pop-up experience center. It's a place that people can come in and they can like see all the vehicles and touch them and feel them. And we have a little cafe in there nothing's being sold, but we just have snacks there. And so they're all stored inside of the building, and it's more of a showroom.
Okay. But you do have a certain number of the vehicles that you're selling are kept in there overnight, or I'm just trying to understand it a little bit.
Yes, we store them all inside the building overnight.
And my only concern with that is as you have pointed out, some of the battery capabilities of some of these are now getting, more amp hours out of them. As those grow, are there any concerns on your part for fire safety concerns? I know some of these batteries there are some fire safety regulations associated with them.
Yes, so we just brought the whole building up to code. We moved in there in this spring and went through all the inspection process for certificate of occupancy. And we had the Portsmouth Fire Department in there before we started the build out and then after we finished the build out. And majority of the reasons for the battery fires are aftermarket batteries. There's no aftermarket batteries. These are all directly from the manufacturer. And it's usually from aftermarket chargers. We're not changing the chargers. These are all the showroom for stock vehicles that come from the manufacturer. So that's the major causes are from people changing to aftermarket batteries, which is no aftermarket vehicles in there, and then also from changing the battery charging, trying to charge them too quickly. That's the other thing that is usually causing those issues.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody? Yes, Mr. Rossi.
Just for my own clarification, so basically you're continuing the exact same business you're running now, but because the e-bikes are being reclassified as electric vehicles, you need this special exception in order to be able to continue your current business. Is that correct? Yes,
And in the past, some of the electric bicycles we want to be able to offer mopeds as well, electric mopeds, and some of the bicycles are getting faster, and we've been working with the Portsmouth Police Department to help roll out some of the future rules and regulations in Portsmouth, and there's going to be anything that's over 28 miles an hour, which is a Class 3 e-bike, should be plated or be used as an off-highway recreational vehicle. And so we're moving away from dirt bikes because we have some dirt bikes that are on tracks. We actually sponsor a lot of race series in New England. We are involved with a couple of racetracks. So pushing the faster electric bikes to a track, but then being able to offer electric mopeds so people are riding fully legal bikes on the road. So the business will operate the same, but it would change our product portfolio over time.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate what you're doing. I've been involved with some of the groups here, and I know there's a lot of work in the background, so thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the public who would like to speak in favor of this petition? Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Anyone to speak to, for, or against? Okay. The public hearing is closed. Mr. Rossi.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the special exception as presented and advertised.
Second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Mattson.
I need to take a look at the special exception criteria again. Thank you, David. Appreciate it. Someday I'm going to come prepared with my own materials. Okay, special acceptance exception review criteria. This is a permitted special exception within this zone, so .21 is satisfied. 232.22, no hazard to the public or adjacent property on account of potential fire, explosion, or release of toxic materials. Particular concerns about batteries notwithstanding, we do have other buildings that in Portsmouth where we've approved the sale and storage of electric vehicles with much larger battery capacities, and this has all been successfully managed. And basically, things may be changing by degree here, but this business is already in operation, so there's no new hazard here that would present a problem. So that criterion is satisfied as well. No detriment to the property values in the vicinity or changes in essential characteristics. Again, this is essentially the same business, maybe with a few new products offered. It will have no discernible impact on the neighborhood to grant this special exception. No creation of a traffic safety hazard. I don't see that as being something that would come about as a result of allowing the sale of these vehicles. in this particular location. No excessive demand on municipal services, that's satisfied as well. Again, they're selling very similar items right now, and the demand will not substantially change with this new business. And you know, the overarching fact here, not overall arching, the overarching fact here is that this is mostly being driven, or at least in part, by a change in regulation and classification of the type of bikes that they're already selling. So there's really no change other than the addition of the mopeds that is occurring on this property. No significant increase in the stormwater runoff. Same thing, there's no change in the impermeable surfaces. There's no change in the external aspects of the building. So that criterion is also satisfied, and that is the extent of my motion. Thank you, David.
Does the second have anything to add?
Nope, no, that was well stated.
Okay. Then, if there's no further discussion, I will call the vote. Mr. Neese?
Yes.
Mr. Mano?
Yes.
Ms. Margison?
Yes.
Mr. Bayham?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Mr. Mattson?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. You are set. Thank you. Okay. I have to recuse myself for the rest of the agenda, so Vice Chair Margison will take over.
Sort of like a ball player who's taking herself out of the game after 2 at-bats. So,
I'll be outside watching. Bang it on me.
So the next order of business is administrative appeal. Before I read it into the record, I'm going to ask if I can, he just walked out. Deputy City Attorney Trevor McCourt. I have asked him to come here actually he offered to come here tonight, because I believe that this is the first time this board, as a full board, I think a few of us, Mr. Rayoman and I, have dealt with administrative appeals. The purpose of asking Mr. McCourt, Attorney McCourt, to address the board is just to give him an overview of how administrative appeals are handled. So as soon as he makes his appearance, no, that's Derek.
Can I ask a question while we're waiting?
I saw he actually out the ground. He just walked out.
Wait 1 second, okay. I guess he may have thought that last application was going to go longer. We haven't read anything into the record, but I just wanted to, is there something you need to ask, Mr.
Yeah,
Neese?
I guess it's a procedural question. We have 2 requests for review of an administrative decision based on the same administrative decision. They are different. Is there any value to trying to take them in order before the request for variance, so that those issues are resolved before we discuss the variance request?
I think that this is a decision for the board. My impression is that the administrative appeal and the variance are really very closely linked. That if the administrative appeal is overturned, then the variance is going to be a very narrow one for the lot frontage. And that decision may affect, actually, the second administrative appeal, because at that point, there may be 2 lots as opposed to 1 lot.
I will be right with you.
Okay. But I mean, those are my thoughts looking at it.
So I struggle a little bit because the administrative, Mr. Ram looks like he wants to talk, so I'm going to pause for a minute.
If I may, Madam Chair,
Yes.
while we're waiting. Yeah, I mean, I think there's some value to what you're saying. I've thought about it myself. I guess I'd like to see how this sort of plays out, but I think as a board, we should have a discussion on whether or not we want to hear the second appeal before we would go through the variance request, if we feel there's been enough change of what's taken place that we really are confident we can handle that variance request, or if we want to look at both the appeals first. Because I shared your concern that there's a lot of interlocking pieces here. It would seem like the appeals are the first thing that we would want to knock down. But again, let's see how it all transpires.
Okay.
I think I disagree in that I think that even though it was the same administrative decision, I think that the first appeal and then the variance may actually change the last appeal, because at that point we may be dealing with 2 lots and 2 lots instead of 1. There he is. So, Deputy City Attorney Trevor McCourt, if you could address the ZBA on how to handle code appeals of administrative officers. Obviously not getting into the merits, but just an overview for the benefit of the board.
Yes, thank you, Chair Margison, Vice Chair Margison. Trevor McCourt, Deputy City Attorney. My apologies for being a couple minutes late. I was in the restroom.
You didn't need to say that.
I figured I'd better come with a good excuse. So as I said, I'm the Deputy City Attorney, and I am here to help assist the board as it makes its decision. Obviously, I represent the city, and the decision of this board in all of these administrative appeals, I would be representing and defending those decisions if any of those decisions are appealed. So just to lay out that context here first, I'm here to assist you all. Now, an administrative appeal is different than when you're reviewing an ordinary variance request. Your role here really is you step into the shoes, as it were, of the administrative official who made the underlying decision. So you have all of the powers and authority that administrative official, in this case the Director of Planning and Sustainability, would have had when they made that decision. For each of these decisions here, these are kind of threshold decisions, threshold application decisions that would then lead on to the full application being submitted to the planning board for subdivision request. Unlike when you're reviewing a variance request, this is a little bit different. Your standard of review is de novo. You're looking at this kind of fresh, and this is statutory interpretation, which is again different than a variance request. You're not really looking to the spirit of the ordinance or anything beyond those plain words in the ordinance that you read before you when at all possible. You should keep your analysis confined to the plain reading of the ordinance. I don't think that'll be an issue from having read the applicants. It didn't seem like they were going beyond that, but I just wanted to quickly lay that out. And I really think it's as simple as that. But of course, I'd be happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Any questions for Attorney McCourt? Mr. Ram?
So just to validate, this is a public hearing?
Yes, it's a great question. Thank you. What I would recommend in terms of proceeding through each of the administrative requests, or administrative appeals, excuse me, would be to allow the appellant to present first, followed by the administrative official, the planning director, and then if the appellant is not the property owner, I would recommend allowing the property owner to speak as well before opening up the public hearing. That would be my recommendation.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Attorney McCourt? Okay, thank you very much. Oh, sorry, Mr. Neese.
So the decision of the board, I guess, is it limited? Are we expected to make the decision on the property one way or the other? And what I mean is, do we just vote to send it back to the administrative official for reconsideration, or do we actually say this is what we think it is?
Yeah, it's a great question. So in terms of interpreting the zoning ordinance, the Zoning Board of Adjustment is the final word here in Portsmouth.
Okay. Got it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so, thank you very much, Trevor. So I think...
I'm sorry, I have a follow-up to that question then.
Mr. Ram?
But if this board felt that we wanted to send it back to the planning director for some additional consideration of something, would that be an option that we can have or not? Not saying that we would do that, but we're just looking at if it's an option.
My recommendation to you would be to make a decision one way or another. There was a case where a planning director had asked the Board of Adjustment for sort of an advisory opinion, and so it was kind of like let's get some advice, and the court said, no, this is really your role here is defined within this small box. You're supposed to make the decision on what the ordinance means.
Thank you.
Any more questions for the Deputy City Attorney? Okay, so in terms of our prior discussion, I don't want to get into that because I think we might get into the merits of the administrative appeals. So I'm going to read F into the record, and as we work through that, we'll figure out from there where to go, if that's okay with everybody. Okay. So the next item of business is new business F, the request of Robert M. Snover Revocable Trust owners for appeal of the administrative decision to require variance for section 10.1530 pertaining to the lot area of the property located at 58 Humphreys Court. Said property is located on Assessor Map 101, Lot 47, and lies within the General Residence B and Historic Districts. And as recommended by the city attorney, I think that we should first hear from the appellant. He is bringing this appeal, then allow Mr. Britz, the city planning director, to speak. We'll take public comment, we'll close the public hearing, the board will deliberate, and then we will vote. So, who is here to represent the appellant?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, Derek Durbin. I'm here on behalf of the appellants, Robert Snover and Darcy Davidson, who own the property at 58 Humphreys Court. What is before you is an appeal of Planning Director Britz's administrative determination of October 21st of this year regarding the definition and application of lot area as it applies to the property at 58 Humphreys Court. The appeal involves basically a 163 square foot paved area, a corner of the property, I believe it's the northwest corner of the property, that's been used for, as far as we can see, several decades in conjunction with the Humphreys Court right-of-way. And I'm sure you've seen there's an exhibit in my plan, in my appeal from 1900. It's a recorded plan that shows Humphreys Court. But the traveled area of Humphreys Court is a little different than what is shown on that plan, and obviously has implications for this property. As a result of the determination that was made, which is that 163 square foot area cannot be counted as part of the lot area 58 Humphreys Court, my clients are 158 square feet short of what is required to subdivide the property by right, just from a purely lot area perspective. They have 10,005 square feet of deeded lot area, but as a result of the determination, falls short of what's required in the zoning district to subdivide into two lots, conforming lots, which is 5,000 square feet per lot. So the appeal has been filed in conjunction with a variance application as well, pertaining to the proposed subdivision of the property. If the board affirms Director Britz's determination, it doesn't have any effect on the variance application that's before you. If it approves our appeal, it means that the lot area variance basically goes away. With respect to the appeal itself, I intend to be pretty brief. I believe that the language in the zoning ordinance regarding lot area, the definition is unquestionably clear in this particular instance. And as Trevor pointed out when he was at the podium, the board is restricted to a literal interpretation of the ordinance, isn't to look beyond the intent or other sections of the zoning ordinance to determine what the intent of the lot area definition is. Here, lot area is defined in the ordinance is the total horizontal area included within the property lines. And I went into some detail on this in my written appeal, but in the definition, the total horizontal area included within the property lines, the word property line is defined within the word, within the phrase lot line in the zoning ordinance. Lot line is defined as a property line bounding a lot. A lot is defined as a single parcel of land in the same ownership throughout, as shown or defined on a recorded instrument or defined by meets and bounds, so on and so forth. So I think it's clear here what the lot area definition means. It means that it is the meets and bounds description in a recorded deed, or perhaps in a recorded surveyed plan, or other instrument. I guess you could have a court order that's recorded in a quiet title type of action where you also have a property boundary defined. In this particular instance, the recorded deed, which I provided you with a copy of, is Exhibit B, does describe the property as a 10,005 square foot lot. There is a recorded survey, it's not recorded yet, but there is a recent boundary survey from Haley Ward that confirms the boundaries described in the deed to the property. As well, I provided as Exhibit C, there is a plan from 1900 that shows Humphreys Court, and it shows the two properties that eventually became 58 Humphreys Court, and it shows that the boundaries consistently with what's described in the deed and in the most recent boundary survey done by Haley Ward. So I believe that is the basis for the appeal. I do believe it's very clear. Director Britz relies on the phrase front lot line and how that's defined, and his determination that the 163 square feet cannot be counted as lot area. Believe that's misplaced. That definition provides the definition states a boundary of a lot that separates the lot from a public place. A public place is then defined in the ordinance as a streetway, park, pedestrian alleyway, or community space that provides public access. While I don't believe you need to look at that front lot line definition, I believe it supports this position anyway, our position, in that the 163 square foot area is part of our parcel of land. If you look at the definition of street, it's defined as a thoroughfare or roadway which is either A, formally accepted by the city, or B, shown on a subdivision plan approved by the planning board and constructed to city subdivision specifications for which surety has been posted to guarantee construction of all improvements required by the planning board. Here, we don't have a formal dedication which is required for the city to have an acceptance, and it certainly was not part of any subdivision plan approved by the planning board. So even if you were to accept, to consider that front lot line definition in the context of lot area, it still doesn't support the determination that was made. The ordinance may have intended something different. It may be flawed, but again, as I stated from the outset, this board is restricted to a literal interpretation of the ordinance in that lot area definition, and I would submit to you that it supports the position we've taken, and am asking that you approve the appeal and reverse the decision made by Director Britz, as much as I like him.
So I'm going to open this up to the board, obviously, but
Yeah.
I have a question for you just to sort of frame things. If you go to page 294 of our packet, this is your variance application, so I don't want you to get into the variance issue, but there is a photo of the street and the northwest corner of 58 Humphreys Court. Is that the entire 163 square foot area, or does it extend going further down for Humphreys Court?
I might have to lean on John if he has that page open. Nope, doesn't look like it. I can take a, actually, are we
Jeff,
able to?
could you just forward to page 294
No, I'll
of our
spend
packet?
5 minutes fumbling through the packet.
Does look like it.
You said 394?
294, sorry.
It's on.
John is saying that the pictures in the variance application submission don't show the full extent of it.
Okay, so it extends further down, okay.
Yeah.
So then my second question is, you talked about this as the Humphreys Court right-of-way. What is that?
I'm just talking about the street as it was dedicated to the city and accepted, which is as shown on the 1900 subdivision plan.
Okay.
The paved area of the street doesn't follow that. You have other abutters yards that encroach into the right-of-way, and which is the theory is that the city asked to basically cut across, or at some point just cut across the corner of the property because you have sort of these encroachments on the other side. So to make a safe turn around the corner, that area was either the city was given permission or it just began paving over. The driveway for the property is also situated within that area as well.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. Mr. Neese?
I've got, I think, a couple questions. The first, and I think I know the answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. In your research, did you find any evidence that there was an easement granted on the corner by the city or any transfer of ownership of that slice from the property owner to the city?
No, we didn't find any evidence. Admittedly, I did not do the full title research on this property. Sean Poliquin from Cornerstone Title had done it. In conferring with him, there is no evidence of any type of easement or title fee transfer of the land in that corner. His title policy supports that it's a 10,005 square foot lot.
Thank you.
Yep.
So you made reference to the subdivision plan, which I think is from the early 1900s.
Correct.
Right. Would you be of the opinion that the street lines on that subdivision plan, which basically go from property line to property line on either side of the street, are basically what would be considered a public way?
Yes, I do believe what is shown as the right-of-way is the public way on that plan, yes.
And then my last question is, there's considerable evidence that for a long time this property has been treated as 9,900 and some square feet, I think, including the field card for the property.
Yes.
And I think there was some other information that has been presented at various meetings that says the same thing. Did the owner ever challenge, like this owner or previous owner ever challenge the measurements on the field card or the delineation that it was less than 10,000 square feet?
The current owners are new owners. The former owner was Harold Whitehouse, longtime city councilor, who you probably all have some knowledge of. I think he had a pretty friendly relationship with the city, so I don't think he ever challenged it. I don't know if he ever looked between his own. Well, actually, we know he looked at the survey data because he had Jim Vera's office at the time do a monument survey, which showed that it was a 10,005 square foot lot, and also that this corner was included as part of his property. So it appears that he was conscious of it, but it was I think probably in the best interest of the city, to be honest, allowing the city trucks to be able to traverse that corner. It's just, it's safer on the street. I mean, that's the honest truth. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Mr. Mattson?
Yeah, I'll probably be asking our city attorney as well, but I just wanted to ask you, what is the current legal status of a situation like this where the public right-of-way crosses private property lines without an easement, but it's being allowed? I guess, yeah.
Well, I don't want. Obviously, I can't offer. I can offer my opinion, not legal advice. But it's my opinion that the city bears the burden to demonstrate that it has prescriptive rights in that area, or that it has fee title, or that there has been a formal dedication acceptance. And it's my opinion the city hasn't demonstrated that, but even if it did, the ordinance itself doesn't speak to a situation like this. The lot area definition just simply describes the lot as what's deeded or shown on a recorded survey. Other ordinances, I actually did take some time to research other ordinances, and for example, with a lot area type of requirement, some do carve out this particular situation, whether it's a license, easement, or something else, dedication, acceptance of streetway. So it's unique, I guess, to Portsmouth.
Any other questions? Mr. Ram?
Yeah, thank you. And this may be something you want Mr. Shagnon to address, but on page 269, which is the subdivision plan, and also a little further down on 273, which is a sketch of land. First of all, sketch of land is is that equivalent in stature to a survey? Or is it does look like a spike was set as part of that. I just would want to know, and again, Mr. Shagnon might be the person that's best able to address that, but do we believe that something was set back in 1992 as part of a surveyor's action, locating that corner?
I'm going to let John answer that. Yep.
Yes, John Chagnon from Haley Ward. I believe you're talking about a sketch that was done by another surveyor named James Vera.
Yes.
And he set a pin in the pavement at that point in time. So he defined, based on the deeds, the extent of fee ownership. At that time, it was Mr. Whitehouse's property.
Okay.
And to answer...
Well, just to follow up, and then when the subsequent Haley Ward survey was performed for subdivision purposes, you found that pin again. There's fresh pavement in that area, it looks like, but that was located as part of the survey?
We did not find that pin. It's been a while, and the road has been repaved, and did not indicate that there was, by using a metal detector, the possibility that it existed. A lot of times a pin like that might frost heave and be removed by a plow or something like that. But I wanted to get back to a question that was asked earlier, if I might. In the course of doing our survey, we looked at all of the owners of this particular lot since the time of the subdivision and did a grantor search to see if anyone in the chain of title deeded away any portion of that description, and nobody had. So there's nothing in the records at the Rockingham County Registry of Deeds that indicates any owner since the time of the subdivision conveyed any of that bounded property to the city or anyone else. There was an issue brought up about the square footage on an old tax map, and I believe there was some evidence that we presented showing the assessing, and these are assessor's maps, not surveys, but there's some distance changes that don't reflect the deeds that are a part of that map that might have resulted in an assessor coming up with a different area.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I just have a follow-up question for Attorney Durbin, if I might. Thank you. So even, there's nothing in the chain of title that suggests that what you're saying, the prescriptive rights fee, dedicated acceptance, even if there had been a prescriptive easement, the property still belongs to the property.
That's correct, although, yeah, that's correct, yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions, and with no further questions, I'll ask Peter Britz, who is the City Planning and Sustainability Director, to speak to the board.
Yeah, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Adjustment. So I'll keep it simple. We don't have a lot of background research here. It's really the memo that we provided in terms of an interpretation of the zoning ordinance, and we relied on the survey provided by the applicant. We're not questioning that survey, and the survey itself is clear that there's 163 square feet of the curved edge of the roadway. This is a pretty unique lot that one street wraps around almost a 90-degree parcel like this. And our interpretation, and we use the lot line, the front lot line to define it, but that 163 feet, while it's part of the parcel lines, it's not part of the parcel for the calculation of lot area per dwelling unit. And we basically feel like the lot itself is only 9,842 square feet of usable space that they could subdivide into two lots, and they're trying to subdivide this into two lots where they use, two lots to build homes on, essentially, to build single-family homes. And I'm not going to go into the detail on the rear lot line, really just to talk about our take on this. This is how we interpret that section. If there's a public use of the property, which is clear. The road is paved, the city's been plowing it for years. There's a public use of that property. We don't count that as part of the lot area dwelling calculation.
Any questions from the board? Mr. Ram?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, and through your research, through the history jacket for this property, was there anything of documentation in there that indicated that the city had asserted any kind of legal right, even if it failed to get recorded, any kind of legal right to this corner? Anything that you're got for information from the Public Works Department, something along those lines?
I don't have anything to that effect yet. No, we haven't done that kind of research.
Okay. And then maybe, I don't know if also Attorney McCourt might need to weigh in on this, but is there any action that is underway or, being contemplated for, I don't think a municipality could do an adverse possession, but some kind of eminent domain action or something to exercise the city's legal rights in some way, shape, or manner to take this corner of the property?
We certainly could. There's places like this all over the city. But I don't know the exact mechanism we'd use. It might depend on the situation. If you wanted to ask Attorney McCourt, we could do that now, or you can do it as a follow-up.
I guess if either of you feel there's value to providing that answer or not, I'm just curious.
Yeah, like I said, it's very clearly being used by the public. It's being plowed by the city. It's been for years. So that's our understanding, is that's part of the public. It's clearly shown on the survey that way. So that's how we interpreted it.
Okay. And just a third, and I apologize, this is a tad hypothetical, but if there were an easement here, which apparently, based off of what we're hearing, there isn't, if there is a public easement across the property, what is the planning department's standard in terms of determining lot area? For instance, my lot has a sidewalk easement that the city has. They have not exercised that easement, but it exists. Would my lot be considered smaller as the result of having that easement against it?
As you know, everything is so different in Portsmouth, and to make an interpretation without looking at it, I don't feel comfortable doing that.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I think, I'm just going to butt in here for a second. I think the general proposition is what Mr. Rayum is getting at. The city's assertion is that because that part of the lot is not usable, the city is not going to count that against the lot area and the dwelling unit. But that seems to be the city's general proposition, but yet now, and I'm not trying to be aggressive, but you're saying it has to be done on a case-by-case basis.
Well, I don't know if what he's talking about is, what I'm using here is the definition of public, or the term of public place. And I think it's very clearly in this situation a public place. And I just don't know all the facts on his side to know. If it's a public place, then I would say yes. But it's where that crosses over into the public place that we're not saying that's part of the lot area per dwelling calculation. So in this situation, where the city's plowing the street, where it's important for safety to get around that corner, it truly is a public place, this 163 square feet. So if that's the situation on Mr. Rayum's property, even with an easement, I would say that would be the situation.
Thank you. I'm sorry for Mr. Rayum.
Well, I guess just follow up to that. And I didn't mean to make it about my property.
No, it's fine.
Hopefully it never becomes an issue. But, so I'm just curious. I think Attorney Durbin kind of brought up some examples of, hey, maybe there's a, turnaround that the city has an easement for, but, now that the applicant still owns that property, but it is burdened by a turnaround that there's an easement for. I'm just looking for if you're aware of any policy or previous cases that have come before the planning staff where they've had to consider that, and what was the outcome of that kind of a deliberation?
There has been discussion about a particular parcel that had a city turnaround prospectively on it, and no one ever asked for a lot line adjustment or a subdivision. But in considering that, it was thought that we had to keep track of that public place so that the lot area available for the future development would make sense. And I think that's what the zoning ordinance is getting at, is what makes sense for the lot area. And if you have public place encroaching on the property or part of the property, then that's how this interpretation came to be. That makes sense. Is that?
No, thank you.
Mr. Mattson?
Yeah, I just have a question, but I'll also put it in context, and you may want to defer to Attorney McCourt. So I guess where I'm currently standing is I think our ordinance may there may be a conflict where you have, if I can agree with what, based on the lot line and the lot area definition, I can draw one conclusion, whereas if I incorporate the public, I forget if it says public right away, or whatever the public, public property is, that portion is within the front line definition, and I agree that it's public property. And so I guess my question is, as it stands, legally, you said it's unusable property because it's currently being used by the public, but could the property owner take that back, remove that that public portion? And also just, because I do also want to ask Attorney McCourt's opinion.
I'm sure there's circumstances where the city's encroached and it's been taken back. In this particular case, it's so common that it's been done for a long time. I think it would be difficult, but Trevor, do you have anything to say to that?
And while I have him, he could answer my question that I posed to Attorney Durbin as well.
Sure. Thank you, Member Mattson. And I promise I'll answer your questions. I want to just start with, as Attorney Durbin has said that he really likes Peter and gets along with him. I really think highly of Derek and get along with him. We've had a very nice working relationship. The Snovers have been entirely civil throughout this entire process, so I don't want anybody to take it the wrong way. But this matter aside, in this case, as in many, many cases around the city, where we have a public right-of-way that has apparently been on private property for a very, very long period of time, the city would assert and continue to assert its right to continue that public right-of-way over that area, whether that be through adverse possession, which is available to the city as a remedy, perhaps with compensation, or through prescription. Whether it be through one of those means, the city would certainly continue to assert its right to continue to maintain that right-of-way over that area. As you can imagine, Portsmouth is a very old city. Portsmouth does not have title to many, many public rights-of-way in the city, Congress Street being among them. So I would just put that out there. But that I don't know. But I just want to put that out there. I don't know how that weighs in on your analysis here. What was your other question? I'm sorry.
Well, I guess it basically all relates to this dilemma here, where I feel what I'm drawing is the lot line and lot area is saying one thing, but the front lot line definition happens to also mention public property or public whatever the other word is, but yeah, it's the street, and that would draw me to a different conclusion in terms of whether that counts towards the area.
So what I can provide to you,
sorry. So just given that whether or not, like, what the status, because there is no easement, and you did also partially already answer this. It's just what the current legal status is and how that usage would be maintained or revoked or whatever.
Sure. And again, that's I'm just saying our general policies. Of course, these are kind of rebuttable presumptions. If there was some other fact that came through that proved that we were incorrect in that analysis, certainly I'm one who certainly can change his opinion in light of new facts, right? And I think we do that all the time. But given the facts available in a particular case, we have to make the best decision possible. I guess what I can offer you is just a guidepost to navigate through, where you have perhaps competing definitions or competing language in an ordinance. I can provide some canons of statutory construction, which is generally when reviewing a statute, courts and this board should review the statutes to as a whole to make sense as a whole, right? If at all possible. If you can at all possible read them to make sense together, to not lead to an absurd result, you do that while staying within the plain reading, right? If you can. There are circumstances where you can look beyond the plain reading, but that's one of the canons of statutory construction that perhaps you could look to.
Okay.
And there may be more that Derek may want to offer, but I hope that helps.
So I'm going to next call on Mr. Rossi, but I do want to sort of caution the board. we should not be getting too much into hypotheticals, what the city could do. We are simply deciding whether or not we will uphold or overturn the decision of Mr. Britz. So
Yes.
with that, do you have any more questions, Mr.
I was just, the reason why I'm asking is, if I could understand the realm of possibilities of legal uses currently of that specific, portion of the lot that's at, part of the reason for this decision.
Thank you. Mr. Rossi?
Just to cut through all the hypotheticals and look at what actually has happened, does the city actually have a formal easement to use this part of the property or not?
No.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Neese?
Yeah, I guess I've got two questions. The first one is there anything in the zoning ordinance that describes lot area being adjusted for rights-of-way that are not deeded? We have a lot area description in the zoning ordinance. It says it's determined by meets and bounds, whatever that means.
Right.
But is there anything in the zoning ordinance that says lot area would be adjusted for land used by the city on an informal basis?
No, we're making a calculation, a determination on the lot area per dwelling unit just to conform to the zoning. And the front lot line was the closest thing we have in that calculation, is to determine, where a public place is, and determining, that's how we're determining that, is when you hit the public place, you're basically in an area that isn't being counted in the lot area per dwelling calculation.
So I guess I'm a little confused. Are you determining a public place is determined by pavement that has been put down apparently without any authorization? Or is the public place determined by the lot lines according to the plan that was performed in, I don't know, the early 1900s?
Both. We don't contest the survey, but the survey calls out that public area that's being plowed and used by the public. So it's, by the basis of its use and need to be used, it's a dangerous corner without that curve. So both.
So I've got another question, and this one I probably should have asked Attorney Durbin. This property's had a long history, gone through a lot of different boards. I think one of the most recent boards, the TAC meeting in October, early October, first week of October, there was a public comment that includes some sort of drawing that appears to show this carve-out from 1937. I don't know where that's from. I don't know what the validity is. The city members of the TAC must have seen that. Did anybody pursue where that came from or what the validity of that drawing is?
There's a few conflicting drawings with this parcel, and we haven't brought them all to ground. That would be a long process, and we're trying to get through the development review process here.
Okay.
That could come up, though.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the planning director? And before I move on to public comment, I just want to give, are there any questions for Attorney Durbin on the board? Okay, so with that, I am opening up the hearing for public comment. We invite those to speak as to the application. We will give each member 5 minutes and to make your comments and your concerns or your opinions known on this administrative appeal. We are asking you, there's several things going on with this property tonight. We're asking you to confine your comments to the issue as to whether or not the lot is 10,003 square feet or I think 990 something square feet. So, so with that, we invite people up to comment. And when you do comment, please state your name, spell your last name, and give your address for the record.
Good evening. I'm John Arnold, an attorney at Warren Reno, 45 South Main Street, Concord, New Hampshire. I represent a group of 12 property owners along Humphreys Court. Ben and Andrea St. Jean at 54 Humphreys Court, Braden and Robin Ferrari at 44 Humphreys Court, Bob and Laura Gunning at 43 Humphreys Court, Mike and Zoe DeBoule at 53 Humphreys Court, Tim and Kim Sullivan at 63 Humphreys Court, and Jamie and Amy Baker at 75 Humphreys Court. So the reasons for my remarks tonight are to object to the appeal. We believe as a group that the city got its zoning determination correct in the lot being under 10,000 square feet. And I'm going to try not to reiterate a lot of the comments that were made by the city tonight, but I want to emphasize a couple of points. The city's determination is based on the definition of a lot area defined as the total horizontal area included within the property lines. We've looked at the definition of lot line, and Attorney Durbin relies on the first sentence of the definition, a property line bounding a lot. And that's essentially where he stops. But if you look at the definitions, there are essentially three subsections to that definition that define front lot line, rear lot line, and side lot line. And it's critical to look at those three subsections, most notably the definition of a front lot line, a boundary lot that separates a lot from a public place. That's obviously the critical piece that you guys are grappling with tonight. And the public place here, the streetway, is the rounded corner of Humphreys Court. Doesn't matter whether the city owns fee title to the land under Humphreys Court or whether the city has an easement to use that portion of the lot as a public way. Either way, it's excluded from the definition of lot area by virtue of being inside of the front lot line. Throughout New Hampshire, there's a basic legal presumption that abutting lot owners own the center line of a street. And the reason for that is because most streets historically, and as was alluded to in Portsmouth, were laid out as easements, not as fee takings, meaning that the abutting landowners own the fee soil beneath the road, but the city and the public hold an easement to cross over it for the road. If you took the applicant's argument as being correct, that because they own the fee under the corner of Humphreys Court, which we don't dispute, that it's includable in their lot area, it would lead to essentially a situation where the city would need to consider all abutting lot owners owning the land all the way to the center line of the street and including that lot area in the area of, in the definition of lot area. And that wouldn't make any sense. That's not how it's done in the city. That's not how it's done anywhere in the state. There was some discussion about whether or not the corner of the street has been granted as an easement, whether it is in fact a street or a public place. And this corner, and the rounded corner, has existed for several decades. I'd like to pass out two handouts, if I may.
Yes, you may. Could you please hand them down to Mr. Nees, and he'll hand them to the rest of the board.
Okay, we'll move it down. Tons of them.
So there was a question about the first one a couple of moments ago. It's a 1937 plan that evidences that there was at least some contemplation back that far that the corner of Humphreys Court would be rounded and given to the city. You can see the title of the plan at the bottom, Land in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Ada and Tucker, who was the owner at that time, to the city of Portsmouth, New Hampshire. We've heard from the applicant, we've heard from the city that no one has found any evidence that there was an actual conveyance of that property. But this was at least contemplated that this would be used as a public way back as far as the 1930s. And since that time, or at least since the 1960s, there's a limited first-hand recollection available to us before the 1960s, but at least since the 1960s, this corner has existed, it's been paved, it's been maintained and plowed by the city. And the photos that I just submitted to you are recent photos, just to show that as recently as this summer, the city repaved that corner. the before and after photos on the left and the right. So, as to the question about whether an easement was granted or whether there was any deed given for this section of the road, back then at the time of the 1937 plan, and even after that, it was very common for public roads to be established simply by allowing the public to use them and having the city or the town maintain them without a formal easement, without a formal deed. In fact, there's a state statute, RSA 229:1, that recognizes where roads have been used by the public for a period of 20 years before 1968, they become a public road. And there doesn't need to be a formal easement granted, there doesn't need to be a formal deed. They constitute public streets by virtue of prescription. So we don't believe that there's any credibility to the argument that the corner is not a public street, and under the definition of a front lot line, anything beyond the front lot line towards the street is not includable in lot area, and that's exactly what's going on right here. It may well be that the deed to the property, which we don't dispute, included a description that makes a point of the corner and goes under the pavement, but the reality is that given the historic use and maintenance of that corner as being a rounded corner, it has become a public way. Public ways, by definition, are excluded from the calculation of lot area, and we believe the city made the correct zoning determination that the lot does not contain more than 10,000 square feet, and that corner needs to be excluded from the calculation of lot area.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to come up and speak? Public comment. I'm going to let members of the public go first. Attorney Durbin. There's no one else who would like to speak? Okay. Is there anyone on Zoom, Steph?
No, but I think you do have.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Sylvia Olson, and I am not an owner, but I am a renter. I would just like to point out, to make sure that everyone is clear on this, that this house is located on a big hunk of rock, and it's on a kind of a cliff. And when they're talking about it being a, if you can visualize this, can you see this in the photos? I haven't seen this in the photo. But if they are trying to say that they're going to put, they had 10,500 feet, it's perched on top of a little teeny, it's perched on top of a cliff of rock. And the cliff of rock is being plowed around. And this is a real problem for both traffic and parking and all this arrangement, which I get to see out of my apartment all the time, watching trucks trying to go around it, creating a lot of traffic hazards. They're going to try to put two different houses on there with at least 4 cars in the driveways. It's going to create even more of a hazard. I don't know how they're going to put it onto this cliff, how they're going to dig it out, but I'm just thinking that's a very interesting thought, and please keep that in mind. It's the part of Humphreys Court that attaches itself to Newcastle Avenue is many feet up. It's very difficult even to walk up it. People kind of fall down. The kids sled on it. And it has been used sort of as a public way, and I'm not sure how all the legal definitions are, but visualize that in your mind. And thank you, unless you have any questions for me. Okay.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to who wishes to speak?
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members. Jim Lee. I live at 520 Sagamore Avenue. My wife and I also own the property at 39-41 Newcastle Avenue, which has frontage on Humphrey Court as well, and has known that for a number of years. We're directly across the street from Mr. Whitehouse's former residence, and we were friends of Mr. Whitehouse, who was a very nice guy. But we also are residential real estate brokers and have been for 40 years. So there's pretty much no doubt in my mind that the city's use of that road on Humphrey Court for that number of years has created a prescriptive easement there. if that's true, which it almost certainly is, then it seems like the applicant is trying to have their cake and eat it too. If there's an easement there, that means the city is using the land, and the applicant can't, the owner of the land cannot do anything with it. So logically, if you can't do anything with it, then you can't count it as part of the lot in terms of size. So I think, again, they're trying to have their cake and eat it too. I think, because of the easement, the lot is what it is, and it's not 10,000 square feet, it's 9,500 or whatever it was. So I think this, the city planner's decision should be upheld here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Jamie Baker. I live directly across the street at 75 Humphreys Court. I don't have a lot to say on this at all, but I just wanted to, I guess, maybe reiterate the point that the city attorney made, which was when you're reading the ordinance, the idea is to not arrive at an absurd result, and it would seem like it would be an absurd result to say that this corner that's been used for a public way for almost 100 years now is somehow usable for purposes of the development that the applicant is proposing. So where there's a reading of the ordinance that doesn't result in an absurd result, which is it's a public place and therefore it wouldn't be includable, that would seem like the logical place to go. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak? Okay. So before we close the public hearing, I'm just going to ask a follow-up question. I'm sorry. Okay, of Mr. Britz. There is no definition of public right-of-way in the zoning ordinance.
I don't think there is.
No, and street, the definition of street has very specific requirements. So is the city's position that this corner is somehow part of the street as opposed to just an easement?
It's a public way. I mean, it's being used as a public way. So, yeah, in this case, it's a street.
Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. Durbin, Attorney Durbin, you want to speak again?
Keep the remarks brief. I think what you may be alluding to is this argument about looking at lot area in the context of the individual lot line definitions, specifically front lot line, where it describes basically anything outside of a public place is being outside of that front lot line. The public place, as everybody agrees, is the street, and public place and street in the ordinance is defined very specifically as thoroughfare roadway, which is either A, formally accepted by the city, or B, shown on a subdivision plan approved by the planning board. We don't have to read the rest of that because we know that doesn't exist. And I don't think anybody is standing here saying there's been a dedication acceptance of this or that they can prove it. So it doesn't fall within that definition. So even if you accept the argument that you exempt out that area under the context of front lot line, that argument doesn't prove true, even under the definition of front lot line. The only other thing I would point out is that the city has historically included these easement areas when you've had actually a dedication of an easement. They have not carved out that area from their lot area calculations, and I have two particular examples. One from a 3-lot subdivision for Birch Street, another from 445 Marcy Street, right around the corner. I'll just pass those around. I don't think you need to spend a ton of time with them. I think it's very evident when you look at them that the lot areas include those areas. So even if you accepted this, when there is a dedicated easement, the applicants have been allowed to count that area. So in this situation, this lot is being treated differently. The only other thing before I pass this out that I would point out is that 1937 plan that was passed around. The city subsequently, to put that into context, the city subsequently took Ada Tucker's land by tax collector deed, sold it out, and did not exempt out that 163 square foot portion of the land when it sold the land out. So I just, and that's not a recorded plan, so, thank you.
Thank you. So if you could hand those down here, and then Mr. Nees will hand them down to everybody.
Yeah, I'll have a question for Attorney Durbin to answer after he hands that out, and it's, I guess if you could just elaborate, because I was going to just ask in general about the 1937 plan that he referenced, but if you could clarify what he meant by the words you used to describe the 163 square feet taken but not given back, or whatever.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to imply that that area was taken. What the land was conveyed by tax collector deed, basically back to the city. The city then conveyed it out. It sold it after it wasn't redeemed by the landowner for the back taxes owed. It sold it out and included that 163 square foot area as part of the land description.
Okay.
Yeah, that was what I was. I
Yeah, so
didn't mean to
based on
say
tax
that.
purposes,
Yeah,
okay.
I wasn't trying to contradict my entire argument.
Thank you. Mr. Ram?
Oh, yeah, one question. So, Exhibit C, the old plan, that 0092 looks like a mark that it is a plan that was recorded at the Rockingham County Deeds. Is that correct? Is that where that was found?
The 1900 plan?
Is it your Exhibit C? It's
Yeah,
on
I'm
page
just trying to
272
find
of our
it.
packet.
Yes, that is a recorded plan.
And Exhibit D, the sketch from 1998, was that a recorded plan?
Not a recorded plan, no.
Okay. And your intent is that Exhibit A, or I guess it's attached to your, the plan that was put together is going to be a recorded plan at some point?
It would
But
have
not
to be,
yet.
yes.
It's done. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rossi?
So, two new pieces of information for me. One is the handout that you just made, but before you tell me what I'm supposed to be discerning from these multiple lines and half-point font print, let me ask you to comment on the RSA as referenced by the gentleman who spoke a few moments ago, Chapter 229. I believe he was referring to 229111 public use definition, and I think that is the part of the RSA that is referring to making the case that because this has been in continuous public use, it is not really part of the property. Do you want to comment on that? What is your
Yeah, I
interpretation
don't
of-
disagree with Attorney Arnold's interpretation of that statute. I just disagree that under the Portsmouth zoning ordinance, that statute is applied in the context of lot area, because Portsmouth defined specifically what is lot area, and it also defined what is a street. And it did that for its own liability protection.
So just for the sake of clarification for my not legal mind, just humble, ordinary citizen, are you saying that because of this statute, the part of the property that's in dispute is or is not a public, whatever we're calling it, public place? It is a
Well,
public place. You're agreeing?
Well, hold on. That is now paraphrasing what the statute says.
Well, I'm asking you if that's what you think it says.
You're saying a public way, not a public place.
Yes, yeah,
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah. Okay,
public.
all right. So, is it not a public place? It is not a public place by definition of the Portsmouth zoning ordinance.
Is it a public way according to 229111, so on and so forth?
Yet to be established by the city of Portsmouth, who bears the burden. The presumption is that the landowner owns that land. The presumption would be then on the city to establish that it is a public way across that 163 square feet, which it could do in the future. As Trevor pointed out, it could take the land by inverse, well, basically it could take the land. Or it could assert prescriptive rights in an action. Yeah.
And you think that's what this part of the RSA says?
I think that the RSA says that if the city could establish prescriptive rights, it's a public way, but that still doesn't bring it in the context of the street definition in the Portsmouth zoning ordinance.
All right, well, perhaps you'll have better luck explaining to me what I'm looking at with
Yes,
the...
I will try, and I apologize for the small font. That was, I didn't have the opportunity to print that on a larger scale, but yes, in those two exhibits, I passed out an existing conditions plan survey for two different properties that were subdivided, and then the subdivision plans, one being from Birch Street, a 3-lot subdivision where the area that was being conveyed to the city to be used for right-of-way purposes or as a public place was not carved out of the lot area. It was not, in other words, the entire lot or each of the entire lots counted as part of the lot area, including that area. The same as with Marcy Street, but that was a 2-lot subdivision. And a much smaller example, it was only, if I recall, 15 square feet, and it's just like the northwest corner or whatever of that property. I have an example, but I didn't bring it with me too, of one that I worked on, right around the corner from David's house.
But your point is the precedent has been established that a public way would still be countable as lot area for the purposes of buildable lot size.
I don't.
That's what you're saying. These two.
I don't want to go there, but and end up eating my own words. But I would say that there is precedence that that these areas are counted, yes, as part of the lot area. Yeah.
Can you just go there?
No, I think this is a very unique situation, that there you have people giving land here. I guess you could say it's a similar situation, but here it's never been established that what the rights are in that corner. It's a little distinguishable here from that, but it supports the argument if you look beyond the literal language of the ordinance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other members of the public that wish to speak? And Attorney Orr, I would just ask that you speak to 5 minutes, okay?
Yes, thank you. I just have a brief point, given some of the questions that were raised and the focus that's apparently on the definition of a street. I agree that the definition in the ordinance for a street is pretty narrow. Formal acceptance by the city. So in the modern era, there is a formal acceptance by the city of streets by way of like a city council vote. There is precedent in New Hampshire law for acceptance by a city occurring through the city's conduct. So maintenance of the street, for example, can constitute city public acceptance of a road. But aside from the focus on the street, I just wanted to point out that the definition that we're looking at of lot area and front lot line refers to a public place, which is a different definition than a street and is broader than what a street is. It's defined as a streetway, park, pedestrian alleyway, or community space that provides public access. I believe Mr. Britz's interpretation, I think it's certainly correct, is that whether or not this is a formal street under the zoning ordinance definition of a street, it's certainly a public community space that provides public access. And for that reason, it falls within the definition of the definition of a front lot line and gets excluded by from lot area.
Thank you. So if there's no additional public comment, I'm going to close the public hearing. I think that what we will do is take a break. We will deliberate, vote, and then we will deal with the last 2 items on the agenda. So 5-minute break, please. Zoning Board of Adjustment is back in session. We are moving on to board deliberations. So, board members, what are your thoughts? Mr. Ram?
All right, so in the absence of other discussion, I'll go first. To me, this is pretty, actually, Attorney McCourt's kind of told us, hey, look at the language and go from there. And to me, this is pretty straightforward. I think we've confused ourselves a lot, and I think the planning director and others have gotten themselves confused with talking about front lot lines and some of the public places and this and the other. Our definition of lot area, as shown on page 15-25 in the definitions, Article 15, is the total horizontal area included within the property lines. So to me, this comes down to where are the property lines? And in my mind, the applicant has demonstrated, the applicant for subdividing the property.
You mean the appellant?
The appellant, in this case, has identified that the property lines of record, because everything that we use to determine where your property lines are recorded at the county deeds, our Rockingham County Registry of Deeds, tells us what the description of that property is. And everything that they provided, and there was nobody who could provide any countervailing information, indicates that the property lines follow the straight path as shown on the plan that the applicant's representative, or the appellant in this case representative, has put together for the subdivision, which indicates the total lot area as just over 10,000 square feet. So I know there's a lot of discussion about, hey, maybe the city tried to do something at one point in time. It's not at the Rockingham County Registry of Deeds. I'm kind of also reminded of the case that we had over just off of Aldrich Road a couple months ago, where there was an applicant that came before us who was actually undergoing an adverse possession by a neighbor, right? And at one point in time, this board had put the application into abeyance while we waited that legal proceedings coming through, and ultimately then made a decision based off of an ongoing legal proceedings. However, there's no indication here tonight that there's any legal proceedings by the city to go and either take this corner of property through adverse possession or some other legal means. Now, if prior to the issuing of a building permit, the city chooses to engage that, then that may be something that could ultimately put a hold on that until such time as there was some finalization of whatever that might be. However, as it stands right now, in my mind, however it's been used over the years, the property lines, which is the lot area definition that we are concerned with here, are the straight corner going back that defines a 10,000-ish square foot lot, just over 10,000 square feet.
Any other thoughts? Mr. Neese?
I agree with everything Mr. Rams said. I find it difficult to think that we've got a definition that says it's the property lines is determined by, goes on and on at length, the legal boundaries. It's difficult for me to accept that definition of lot area and lot lines and what a lot is overruled by an interpretation of where the front lot line is. And that's essentially what they're asking us to do. And nowhere is that, essentially that's what the city has done. They're making the claim that because they've defined the front lot line in a certain way, that overrules the deeded boundaries of the lot. And I find that difficult to accept. It seems like an illegal taking, if nothing else.
Any other thoughts? Board members?
I have some thoughts, but also I guess I would be prepared to make a motion, but then I just realized, so what do? We don't like address the 5 criteria or anything, so we just...
We do not. We just make a motion to either uphold or overturn to uphold the appeal as presented by Attorney Durbin. So.
Okay. Yes, so I would be prepared to make a motion to uphold the appeal, which would overturn the administrative decision.
Okay. I will take a second, although I'm not sure I need one, but a second on that.
I'll second it.
Okay. And can you describe what what facts are leading you to make that motion?
Yes, yeah. So basically, I guess I have two key mechanisms of how I arrived at this decision. I guess the first is just the simplest, that in our planning memo, we had three definitions. We had lot line, lot area, and then the front lot line. And both lot area and lot line, to me, would imply that that this portion of unbuildable property is still the owner's, is still part of the lot, so in the lot area. So it, whereas the issue arises in the third definition with the front lot line and public place being mentioned. But so just right there, without any analysis, 2 out of the 3 definitions would support the administrative appeal.
Okay.
And then in a similar vein is basically the single definition of just lot area and common sense of just that is this person's property. That is a lot more, it's sort of an Occam razors thing where you have to go through many definitions to get to this point where you can establish that public place is actually removing some of the property, but it's not really removing it because it's still owned by the owner, but it's unbuildable, but it's also within the setbacks, which would make it unbuildable anyways. But because it's paved over, all of a sudden it gets counted towards not being the property owners. I mean, I see the logic to it, and there's something there, because I imagine if the city pursued adverse possession or something, they could take this property, but they haven't. That's not how it currently lies. That's not the legal status of it. This is as it legally stands, it's part of the lot. It's part of the owner's land, whether or not it's buildable and being used without an easement. It's not like they. Yes, we've established that it's okay. Yeah. Okay. And I guess that's the. I think that's a thorough enough.
Mr. Ram, do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, I'll just reiterate that the appellant has shown that there is, information at the Rockingham County Registry of Deeds that indicates that this property is as represented in their plan, the plan the appellant has provided, and that is, in the absence of anyone producing evidence to the contrary, that is somehow not that case. To me, that is what are the property lines which define our lot area, which is what is used to determine lot area per dwelling unit and allowable lot area as required by the ordinance. I will also say that as a code official, I think the code officials are, there's a long-standing precedent that they accept plans that are stamped, and this is as shown on page 269, the plan C201 is a stamped plan from a licensed surveyor that indicates what the boundaries are of the property, and as such, that is accepted. Now, if somebody wants to, again, if there is court action taken prior to issuing of a building permit, or if somebody wants to challenge what the surveyor has concluded, those are fine challenges, but they are not before us. We accept it as a code official. It is being presented to us as a signed plan, and this is the information provided, and based off of the boundary lines, the property lines shown, that needs to be accepted.
Okay. So I will be supporting the motion. I think, frankly, with all due respect, this is not even a close call. It's clear that the deed and the surveys, which even the city admits, show the proper boundaries of the boundaries of the lot, demonstrate that this lot is indeed 10,005 square feet. So the motion is to uphold the appeal of the appellant and overturn the decision of the code official. I will start with Mr. Mattson.
Yes.
Mr. Rossi.
Yes.
Mr. Ram.
Yes.
Mr. Nees.
Yes.
Mr. Mannel.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Apologies to the city, you've been overruled. So the next order of business is, I think up to the board's discretion. We talked about going through, so the variance application, there still is a variance application for this property, even though it meets the lot area and lot area per dwelling unit, it still will need a variance for the continuous street frontage. There is also the order of business on the administrative decision of the figuring out what is the rear lot line, the actual accurate measurement of the rear lot line, yard line in this property. So I just want to ask, what would there was talk about taking both administrative appeals back to back and then doing the variance. Any thoughts? Mr. Ram?
Yeah, I guess everything is so interlocked that, I mean, it's tough to say that it's a chicken and an egg that we kind of have here. That said, I think the kind of determination in my mind is, does the applicant's representative before us here for item 3G, have any concerns that depending upon the outcome of the appeal of the next item, that it would somehow impact their presentation to us in terms of the one remaining variance that they would need to have granted to execute their project? I.e., do they think that there could be an outcome from that would make them go, oh man, we got to go rework this in some way, shape, or manner? And I do that just to be expedient and not waste the time of the board.
Okay. And also to hear from the appellants on the code on the item H also, whether or not they have any belief that going ahead with the variance application first would impact their presentation on the appeal. So I think with that, I would just ask Attorney Durbin on behalf of the applicant and also Attorney Arnold on behalf of the appellants, if you could just briefly address the board as to what your thoughts are as to whether or not we should take the variance application first or the appeal first.
Yeah, I would prefer to move ahead with the variance application. I don't think that determination would affect anything that I'm presenting.
Okay. Attorney Arnold?
Yeah, that's fine with us too.
Okay, all right. So having heard from the applicant and the appellant, we will now open, actually, this is a variance request, so this is our usual process. So it's new business, letter G, the request of Robert M. Snover Revocable Trust owners for property located at 58 Humphreys Court, whereas relief is needed to subdivide the existing parcel into two parcels, which requires, 1, a variance from section 10.521 to allow a 51.8 feet of continuous street frontage where 80 feet is required. Per this board's determination that the lot is 10,005 square feet, the variances for the square feet of lot area and the square feet of lot area per dwelling unit is no longer needed, and we are stating that for the record. So, Attorney Durbin, would you please present your application?
Yes, thank you. For the record, Derek Durbin, on behalf of Robert Snover and Darcy Davidson, the owners of the property. John Shagnon is here from Haley Ward, who created the plan set that's before you. As has been established, this is a 10,005 square foot lot. It does contain a single-family home on it that was occupied for several decades by Harold Whitehouse, former city councilor. It has 195 continuous feet of street frontage on Humphreys Court. That street frontage, as you know, does wrap around the property on two sides. So the only way to subdivide the property without requiring frontage relief is to create two triangularly shaped lots with a division line running sort of diagonally through the middle of the property. I did provide you with an exhibit that shows what that would look like. It was proposed before TAC at a work session and disfavored by the city under the subdivision regulations, which promote quadrangular is the word. That was a new one for me. Lots, but basically kind of square or rectangularly shaped lots. So that's where the applicant went back, created the plan that's before you, which unfortunately with that configuration that's proposed does require frontage relief, just due to the way that the street wraps around the property. With that, just move ahead. I know you've already seen the 1900 plan where this property was at one time 2 lots. This configuration doesn't exactly follow that configuration precisely, but it's pretty close overall. Turning to the variances, granting the variances will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the ordinance or the public interest. Here, the purpose of GRB zoning is, quote, to provide areas for single-family, two-family, and multifamily dwellings with appropriate accessory uses at moderate to high densities, in quotes, ranging from approximately 5 to 12 dwelling units per acre, together with appropriate accessory uses and limited services. Humphreys Court is, as I elaborate quite a bit in my written narrative, it's a neighborhood where the dimensional standards of the GRB zoning district really do not represent the character of that neighborhood. I think the way that the lots are laid out on the street, they're probably consistent with the general purpose and intent of the GRB zoning, that moderate to higher density, but the standards themselves, particularly frontage, lot area requirements, are not consistent with the majority of properties on that particular street. I did provide you with a table, Exhibit D, sort of a dimensional table that demonstrates that Humphreys Court primarily consists of lots that do not meet the dimensional requirements, particularly lot area and frontage. Based on the city's assessing records, out of the 11 properties on Humphreys Court, only 3, including the applicant's property, meet both the lot area and frontage requirements. I know we're not necessarily talking about lot area here at this point, but the average lot area based on assessing records was 4,888 square feet on the 10 properties outside of the applicant's property, and the average frontage, if you took them all together, was 65 feet. Only 3 of the properties met that 80-foot frontage requirement, and the what is being proposed by the applicant at 52 feet is about consistent with half of the surrounding properties. And again, I'm speaking the proposed lot 2 on the plan. I didn't necessarily clarify that. There's only one of the 2 lots requires the frontage variance. And I think if you look at the broader area outside of the even Humphreys Court in that zoning district, really the properties that meet the frontage requirement and or the lot area requirements are really the exception of the rule. Most of the properties remain in their historic configuration from when they were originally laid out. So for these reasons, I believe that the proposed lot configuration is consistent with the character of the neighborhood, would not alter the essential character of the neighborhood or otherwise threaten public health, safety, or welfare. I believe that substantial justice will be done in granting the variance. Would represent a loss to the applicants to deny them the opportunity to subdivide their property that does conform to the historic character of the neighborhood. The applicants have almost 2.5 times the required street frontage, but of course, as discussed, the subdivision regulations in the city more generally disfavor those more oddly triangularly shaped lot configurations. Not necessarily prohibited. I think it's been made that configuration is prohibited, but it's not but just highly disfavored, we'll say that. Other than pleasing the neighbors who opposed the application, that's not a valid consideration. There is really no gain to the public if the variances are denied. Next, surrounding property values will not be diminished by granting the variance. I think you'll probably hear an argument. I'm going to assume and speculate that surrounding property values will be diminished by granting the variances. Again, this is a proposed subdivision of property, not the construction of homes that don't meet the dimensional standards. I think it would be highly speculative and hard-pressed to prove that what's going to eventually be built is going to affect light, air, and space, which are usually the most relevant considerations to the diminution of surrounding property value criteria. But if anything, the subdivision of the property will keep property values where they are, or if not, future construction increase those property values. Finally, literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. The property does have special conditions that distinguish it from surrounding properties. I know Director Britz actually called it a unique property in his testimony on the appeal. It really is, having more than twice the amount of required street frontage, but that street frontage then wrapping around two sides of the property at that sort of 90-degree angle. Subdivision regulations discouraging a funkier lot configuration than a regular rectangle or square. And this again is sort of the classic case of where the current character of the neighborhood doesn't, with respect to frontage and lot area, doesn't really comport with the dimensional requirements of the ordinance. So as a result of these special conditions, I would submit to the board that there is no fair and substantial relationship between the general purposes of the ordinance provision, here the frontage requirement, and its application to the property. Finally, that the use is reasonable. The use will be as single-family residential lots, which is a use that's permitted by right in the GRB zoning district. So I moved through that as fast as I could. Hopefully I didn't lose you in the process.
Are there any questions for the applicant's attorney? Okay, so I will invite members of the public up who would like to speak in favor of the application. Don't all get up at the same time. Next will be members of the public who would like to speak in opposition to the application.
Thank you. Still John Arnold from Warren Reno. Still representing the same folks, 12 individuals. I can restate it if you like, or?
No, that's
Okay.
fine.
As you can see, several of those residents are here tonight. They'll probably have a little bit more firsthand experience and color to add to my comments. I plan to go through the legal criteria and kind of outline our arguments opposing the variance. By my calculation, with 12 individuals, I think that gets me 60 minutes. Is that right? No. I'll try to be as quick as I can. I'll probably go a little bit more than 5 minutes, but.
Perhaps the board, in light of the fact that Attorney Arnold is actually representing a lot of people, would you like to give him 10 minutes to speak? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
So on the public interest in the spirit of the ordinances, the variances would absolutely impact the character of the locality. The applicant's view of the locality is artificially narrow, picking out a handful of lots on Humphreys Court and identifying them as being non-conforming. There's two handouts I'd like to briefly pass around.
Take the whole clip.
So taking a look at the first handout, it's the tax map with some yellow highlighting on it. And what this represents is just a little bit more zoomed out from Humphreys Court itself, and it shows the other properties in what we consider to be the locality. They're all within 100, 200 feet of the subject property. The yellow highlights represent lots that are conforming, both in terms of lot area and frontage. So there's about 10 lots in the immediate surrounding area, kind of south of South School Street, north of Newcastle Ave, that are conforming lots. There's even more than that if you go south of Newcastle Ave, a handful of lots highlighted along that street there. And if you take a conforming lot and create voluntarily create a new non-conforming lot, that tips the balance. It absolutely affects the mix of conforming lots and non-conforming lots in the locality. And that's especially true when you look at each one of these yellow lots. There's a number of conforming lots up there. And if you think about how it would change the character of the locality if each one of these was subdivided into lots that were non-conforming, the impact would be dramatic. And that, by the way, is the way this board needs to look at it. It can't look at just this one property in isolation, and the Supreme Court has held that in a number of cases. One of the most recent, a few years ago in 2018, there was a zoning case that made its way all the way up to the Supreme Court, where there was a property owner looking for a setback variance to build within the setback along a lakefront property. And the applicant made very similar arguments to the board there that the applicant makes here, namely, this is an existing neighborhood, there's already a lot of congestion, already a lot of small lots. Allowing an encroachment of the setback here really isn't going to have a big impact on everything else that already exists out there. And the zoning board said no. They denied the variance. They said that, look, there's a lot of other similarly situated properties out here that face the same constraints that you do. And if each one of those owners sought to build within the setback, the cumulative effects would be significant. And the Supreme Court looked specifically at that issue and agreed with the ZBA. The court specifically said, while the plaintiff's proposed construction of a larger house on his property may not have a great effect on Rollins Point, which was the property area at issue, the cumulative effect of granting similar variance requests in the future could be large and irreversible. And that's exactly the situation here. If you just think about the impact, if you took each one of these yellow lots that are conforming lots and subdivided them into smaller lots that didn't meet the zoning requirements because of frontage, because of lot area, whatever that may be, the crowding and the congestion in this already congested area would be significant. The character of the locality would completely change. And in addition to the character of the locality, the variances would also threaten public safety, health, and welfare. That's the second part of the test that the board needs to look at. The area is already densely populated and congested. I think the applicant acknowledges that. I think you're probably all familiar with it. The pictures that I passed around really go to this point. And so if you thumb through those pictures, I think you'll see this is a family neighborhood. Kids, some of whom are in the audience tonight, walk in the street, they play in the street, and you have cars that parallel park on the street. You have a number of driveways, cars having to back out of their driveways into the street, and you have poor visibility with those cars that are parallel parked on the street as those vehicles are trying to back out. And you can see the narrowness of the street in the pictures. When you have cars parallel parked on the side of the street, there's not room in a lot of places for two-way traffic to be going around them. And the visibility and the congestion is especially apparent at the corner of the street where the subject property is located. Creating a new substandard lot here is only going to add to all of that, and the risks are only exacerbated when you again consider the cumulative impact of granting similar relief for similar properties in the area. The spirit of the ordinance is to prevent overcrowding and the ill effects that come from that, and we certainly understand that the existing neighborhood has some undersized lots, and it's already a congested area, but that's due to the age of the neighborhood, and what's there now has been there for 100 years. The undersized lots that are out there today are all legally protected as grandfathered lots. They're pre-existing non-conforming lots that are entitled to remain under state law and state constitutional law. And that's fundamentally different than saying, let's go out and create a new non-conforming lot, and let's go out and increase the congestion, let's go out and increase the risks to traffic and pedestrian safety. That's not consistent with the spirit and intent of the ordinance. On substantial justice on the balancing test here, the variances would cause real public harm, and that's largely for the reasons I just stated. The risks to the public safety, the congestion in the neighborhood, the crowding of the buildings on the streetscape, and just the change of the aesthetics that result from decreased frontage. On the other side of the scale, what's the benefit to the applicant? They can flip one more lot. They can create one more lot out of an existing lot and sell that and put some more money in their pockets. This isn't a situation where the property isn't usable. or doesn't have a reasonable use. This is an existing single-family lot that's been here for several decades and has a reasonable use, and has shown that there's a reasonable use for it. Making the developer a little bit more money by creating another lot isn't the type of benefit that should be appropriately weighed in the decision of granting a variance. It would not be substantial justice to allow the developer to gain that extra profit at the expense of the rest of the neighborhood. On the property values,
Just want to note, Attorney Arnold, you're at almost 9 minutes.
okay, I will wrap up very quickly. On the property values, the applicants only say that there isn't any credible evidence that property values will be negatively impacted, but this flips the burden impermissibly. The applicants have the burden to come to you with evidence that property values will not be diminished. And what we have here tonight is at least 12 residents who say that these variances or this variance would make the neighborhood less desirable to live in, and perhaps that's the best evidence that you have before you tonight that property values would go down. On the hardship, there isn't any hardship here. The property's been used as a single-family lot for several decades and can be moving forward. It's true that it was originally 2 lots 100 years ago, but the prior owner voluntarily merged those lots. In doing so, they gave up the grandfathered status that would have allowed the 2 non-conforming lots to remain, and they decided that having a single lot would be better, more preferable, a better, more preferable use of the property. Now the applicants come in and say that having 1 lot is a hardship, and it's not a hardship. If it were a hardship, the prior owners wouldn't have merged those lots. We certainly disagree that having a single lot's a hardship, but even if it were, it's a self-created hardship. There's a few properties I want to point out on that tax map again in terms of showing that this property isn't unique. And if you look at that map just briefly, you can see that there's a number of conforming lots. You can see that there's a number of corner lots. You can see that there's a number of lots that are large enough and have enough frontage to be subdivided, but their configurations wouldn't allow it. And so if you take a look at lot 101-36, this is kind of in the lower left-hand side of the map. It's at the corner of Humphreys Court and Newcastle. That's a large lot. It's 17,420 square feet. That's enough for 3 lots by area. There's 300 feet of frontage. That's enough for 3 lots by frontage. But again, it's a corner lot. It can't be carved up with quadrangular lots to create 3 lots, or maybe even 2. Same thing for lot 101-58. That's in the top right at the corner of South School Street and Marcy Street. That lot is big enough and has enough frontage to create 3 lots as well. But again, it's a corner lot, same configuration, same issues that we're talking about here. It can't be carved up to create quadrangular lots. If you look at lot 101-60, that's in the top center along South School Street. That's large enough for 2 lots. It's just shy on frontage. It has 151 feet, where 160 would be required. So being just shy of a requirement, it doesn't create a hardship in and of itself. Same thing for lot 101-65. That's on the left side along South Street, and 101-37 on the corner of Humphreys, just across from the subject property. And perhaps the best example is if you look just south of Newcastle Avenue on the corner, lot 101-31. This lot's almost a cookie cutter of the lot we're talking about tonight. The size is almost identical. It's 9,600 square feet. The frontage is identical. It's 195 feet going around the corner. The exact same arguments that the applicant's making about the subject property could be made about any of the properties I just mentioned, and most specifically this 101-31. And what that shows is that the applicant's
Attorney Arnold, you'll need to,
okay.
you can come back
Let me
again.
just say it shows that the property is not unique and that there is clearly a substantial relationship in preventing congestion and overcrowding by applying those requirements to this property. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other individuals who would like to speak in opposition to this application?
Long evening, huh? My name is Ben St. John. I'm at 54 Humphreys Court, neighboring the applicant's property. As you can see, a lot of the neighborhood is here. Pretty much all of the neighborhood is here. Those people that could not come due to travel, prior commitments, or illness are Mara Witzling, who owns 10 Humphreys Court, Bob and Laura Gunning at 43 Humphreys Court. Not sure if Eric is here, Eric Blanchard on Newcastle. But the rest of the people are here and will speak. pretty much the whole street, and also a number of people living on Newcastle Avenue, which would also be abutters. So John Arnold has laid out several compelling points that support our neighborhood appeal. At 54 Humphreys Court, this is the property where we live. We're very concerned about the aggressive scope of this proposal. As we go through this process, it's important to consider the neighborhood was developed more than 100 years ago. Horses, buggies, no cars. And so there's certainly an issue there around traffic, trucks, construction workers. If there's one thing that happens in Humphreys Court every day is that there's always construction going on that street. It's just the nature of living in the South End. To the end of the fact that the house we're in was built in, I think, 1906 or 1907, something like this. Our home is situated pretty much on the property line. It's in the upper northwest corner of the property line. To the east, we have a very narrow driveway separating us from the three-story house. To the south on Newcastle Avenue, we have a house as well as an ancillary building that's directly on our property line. And so if two houses were to be built to the west of us, we would literally be boxed in. And yes, there would be total loss of sunlight. We're not sure if these houses are 2 or 3 stories high. The land is higher than where we are, so already there is some elevation there. So we certainly have a concern just from a living perspective as to what will happen if this proposal goes through. So it's clear the proposal strives to shoehorn 2 houses on a lot that is really suited for one. We ask that neighborhood density be considered. It's already a very tight neighborhood with houses one beside the other because they were built so long ago. And then we also ask that consideration be given to traffic, parking, and pedestrians, as this street is already quite busy with school children using the road coming from various streets in the neighborhood. So, as I mentioned, we don't know how tall the buildings are going to be. We don't know where the driveways are going to be. We don't know where the decks might be, where the patios might be, how much permeable land would remain. It's already an area that when it rains a lot, there's issues with water. So this would just aggravate the situation. To be clear, we're not opposed to renovation. We're not opposed to demolition with intent to rebuild a single house. We simply believe it's too aggressive a proposal for an already tight-knit neighborhood. We do believe property values will suffer. We have talked to realtors. Some people say that it just makes the neighborhood that much more crowded. So I think it's evident that the applicants have created their own hardships when purchasing the property. It's in the best interest of the neighborhood that these variances not be granted, and either a renovation or rebuild respecting HGC guidelines be recommended. So I'd like to thank you for your consideration and for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak in opposition to this application?
Good evening again. Jim Lee, 520 Sagamore Avenue, property owner at 3941 Newcastle Avenue, Humphrey Court, directly across the street from the subject property. So I've spoken to this board in days past about similar applicants, and I always wonder how much is too much. Portsmouth is a very desirable place to live. A lot of people want to live here. A lot of people want to exploit that desirability and, you know, make, so we have a situation next to us on Sagamore Avenue where a large lot like similar to this has been under agreement. They want to subdivide that lot and build 3 houses in a single-family neighborhood. So far, that hadn't happened. But to the point of this lot, I think the problem here is in order to get a variance, you have to satisfy all 5 criteria. I think the failing criteria here is the substantial justice part. I think if any gain to the applicant is outweighed by harm to the public, then the variance must be denied. I think granting this variance would definitely change the character of that neighborhood, and it would cause harm to the neighborhood, to the public, that is, the people that live on Humphrey Court. So for that reason, I would ask you to deny this variance. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to this application?
My name is Hannah Sullivan. I'm a 5th grader at Little Harbor School. I have lived at 63 Humphreys Court for 8 years. I live across the street from Mr. Snover's property. My sisters and I used to go into Mr. Whitehouse's yard to play, but now that the land belongs to Mr. Snover, we don't feel comfortable doing that anymore. Since we have a small backyard, we play in the street. When we play in the street, there is a corner we cannot see around. Cars coming around the corner can't see us. When we see a car, we step to either the sidewalk in front of our house or slightly up on the hill on Mr. Snover's property. Right now, near the corner, there are 5 driveways, each with 2 cars parked in them. It's already busy with 10 cars coming down this corner every day, but another house would mean another driveway, which would mean 12 cars. There would be higher risk of someone getting hit. My sisters and I would feel less safe with the increased traffic. Also, more cars backing into a busy corner would increase the chance of collision. The last thing anybody wants is a car crash. For the kids that live on the street now and for the kids that will live on the street in the future, I hope that the choice is not made to make a second house.
Thank you. We start them young in Portsmouth. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to this application?
Oh, that's a tough act to follow. My name's Amy Baker. I live at 75 Humphreys Court, directly across the street from 58. I've lived there for 18 years. We raised our family on the street, so I'm very aware of the narrowness and the activity on Humphreys Court. It's a very active street, as well as the sharpness of the curve that already exists. We live right on that curve. I'm strongly against this proposal. Cramming an extra house on this lot would require that both houses are built much closer to the property lines, which would decrease the already limited visibility around that sharp corner that we're talking about. Extra cars from an additional home would add traffic and congestion. The Snover Davidsons have never lived on Humphreys Court, not for a day. They have no appreciation of the tightness and the activity of our street and the importance that the corner, the visibility that's limited already is. If we take away any of that, it would just be detrimental. This would be a terrible decision for every single person except for this one couple who would benefit financially. That would be the one and only benefit of allowing 2 houses on this single family lot for one couple to make money, to the detriment of every other person, everyone who travels on our street in cars, on foot, on bikes, on scooters, walking dogs, as well as all of us who live there, many of whom have so for decades. These folks knowingly purchased a single-family home on a single-family lot very recently, while still owning their current house. They own a big, beautiful house in the Woodlands on a big lot. And they chose to buy this house in addition to the house they currently own. This simply proves there is no hardship. There are no driveways, as Ben alluded to. We don't even know where the extra cars would be coming and going from, creating to the problems. It most certainly would diminish our property values. Taking away light, open space, reducing the number of mature trees, obviously that is going to diminish our property values. Because there is no hardship, it's unreasonable to consider the possibility of permanently altering our street to everyone's detriment, except for the very recent owners of the lot who have never lived on our street for a day. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to this application?
Hi, my name is Zoe DeBoer. I live at 53 on First Court. I'm just simply here to mention to the board to bring it back. I support my friends and family over here, but just looking at what you have in front of you, which I believe is just to approve to be able to subdivide this lot, and I just go back to what the attorneys have mentioned. Why make a conforming lot unconforming? It's not unconforming like a lot of our houses. That I don't get. I am super fine as a resident there of building, however they want to do that with like the lot that's there and use it because that was their right to purchase that lot and use it as the city sees fit. But putting unconforming lots into something that is actually conforming on our street, to me, reminds me a little bit of the gentleman that was up before you guys a little bit earlier that you denied his ability to build his ADU because you're basically like, he could put it somewhere else and make it conforming. That's just my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition?
My name is Rachel Kershan. I live at 33 Humphreys Court, and I have lived there for 20 years. My contention is that this request for a variance meets none of the 5 requirements for a variance. First of all, it is contrary to the public interest. I won't elaborate on safety. It's been mentioned before. There'll be an additional driveway, additional cars with a steep slope. There are already many cars parking on the street. Visibility will be limited. Not only do the children on the street walk to Little Harbor School, but because of a right-of-way from South School Street to Newcastle Ave and also the path to the Little Harbor School, there are many other children as well as those who live on our street who walk along Humphreys Court, and Humphreys Court does not have sidewalks as they're walking to school, so they're walking in the road. It's also very many people walking their dogs far beyond the number of people who have dogs who live on the street. Humphreys Court takes that 90-degree bend. The open space enables visibility to see around that corner. It's unusual because it's a corner but not an intersection, so cars don't stop when they go around the corner. And building 2 houses on the highest lot on the street will necessarily impede that visibility around that corner. Also, there's ledge on the lot, and I have a 130-year-old house. I'm concerned that if there needs to be blasting to build foundations or to add driveways, that could impact my 130-year-old house, the foundation of my house. 2, that the spirit of the ordinance is not observed. The ordinance exists in part to prevent overcrowding. We're not talking about a slight deviation from the 80 feet of frontage required. We're talking about 51.8 feet. That is a huge difference in the width of the lot size. Also, the ordinance is concerned about drainage and water flow. It's been mentioned that there are water problems. The street is on a hill. Water flows downhill with less land and more impermeable surfaces. There's going to be an increase of water flow down the street, and I live downhill from the lot. And also, we've already spoken to the safe flow of traffic. I agree with the fact that I have one of those non-conforming lots, and I can say that it's non-conforming in ways that just don't, that weren't concerned at the time. There was probably a buggy in the house. My car doesn't fit in the buggy garage. The driveway is so narrow that I can't open car doors on one side because they didn't have SUVs in 1893. A snowplow won't fit up the driveway. So we're not talking about building a house, sizing a lot the way it was in the 1890s. Modern house needs to have modern accommodations for the lifestyle that we live in now. As far as substantial justice, there's a single family house on the lot now. It could go on being used as a single-family house. In fact, currently, the Snovers don't live on that lot, but they rent out the house at several $1,000s a month. So it's a perfectly usable lot with a single-family house. Surrounding property values will not be diminished. There's evidence that they will be diminished. Certainly having a denser neighborhood, less sunlight, less air will immediately impact the houses that right immediately abut the property. And as far as number 5, imposing an unnecessary hardship, as it's again already been mentioned, that lot has a perfectly usable single-family house that fits the zoning. Certainly the house could stand improvement. No one is opposing improving the house, putting in a newer house that meets the zoning requirements. It's usable now even the way it is. Again, as has already been mentioned, the only hardship is that they will not get a windfall by dividing the lot into 2 and building 2 houses. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak in opposition to this application?
Hi, I'm Robin Ferrari. I live at 44 Humphreys Court, so I am next to Ben and Andrea, one house away. My main concern is that there is no hardship, but this proposal would be creating a hardship in perpetuity for everyone who lives on the street and everyone who uses the street. I have a 1st grader and a 4th grader that go to Little Harbor. We walk to school and back every single day with many other children who use Humphreys Court to walk to school. There are no sidewalks. There is no space for a sidewalk. We must walk in the street. That visibility is already bad on that corner because of the topography. So if you're building 2 new structures up on a hill at 5 feet from the edge, you will decrease the visibility that is already bad and create a more dangerous situation, which is a hardship for everyone else. Again, not just the people on the street, the people who walk to school, the people who use our street for recreation, since we connect to the walking path on the water. There are a lot of people who use Humphreys Court who would be negatively affected by this forever if 2 houses are plunked onto a single lot. I strongly request that you deny the applicant. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to this application?
Hi, everyone. I'm Whitney Warren, 59 Newcastle Avenue, so I'm a direct abutter. First and foremost, I just want to second the comments of my neighbors. Additionally, as a parent to 2 children who walk and use the street regularly, I share the public safety concerns that have already been expressed. I share the environmental concerns about permeable surface, 2 homes, 2 driveways, certainly a concern. The request for smaller lots would seem to confirm that the plan is to squeeze 2 homes into lots that aren't really intended to accommodate that, especially the home that's requiring less frontage, and that's the one that would directly abut my property. I'm concerned, therefore, about a large home being built that would potentially be tall, so close to our property, creating additional shade. And additionally, as I think I saw in some of the drawings, the effect it would have on a number of trees that are there, if the building or if there's a driveway that has to be carved into the land, the effect on the, I think, 4, 5, 6 trees that are on their property. There's one on our property that's already not feeling so good, but would definitely not be. It would be impacted for sure by carving into it with a driveway or a new foundation for a home. So anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Somebody's already getting up, speaking in opposition.
My name's Jamie Baker. I live directly across the street from 58 Humphreys Court at 75 Humphreys Court. I really appreciate you all being here late. I know it's late. This is really important to me and us, and so I want to say my piece. I have some pictures I wanted to speak to, so I'm going to hand these around. You don't need to look at them in any particular order.
You could just go back to the microphone.
I'll walk through them. So a variance can be granted only if the property has unique physical characteristics that prevents reasonable use. Respectfully, the Snowbirds lot does not meet this standard. The argument that the lot might be large enough to be subdivided is an argument of economic opportunity, not legal hardship for a variance. There is nothing truly unique about the property. Lot 10136, which was historically 3 lots in 1900, like the subject lot, and lot 10137, which was 2 lots in 1900, like the subject property, directly abut 58 Humphreys Court. They're shown in this picture, and are materially larger with similar or more frontage. So 58 Humphreys Court can't be uniquely large in its setting. The first picture I distributed just shows this pretty clearly. With regard to frontage, like size, the Snowbirds lot is not unique in its setting. Lot 10137, where I live, has more usable frontage, and lot 10136 has more frontage in every regard. The fact that the lot wraps around the second part of the street does not create a hardship. It simply reflects its configuration as a corner lot. The extra frontage for lot 1 is a benefit, not a hardship, and it shouldn't be used as a loophole to bypass the 40% frontage deficiency for lot 2. Further, unlike other cases before this board, I can't identify any extenuating circumstances or mitigating factors that weigh in favor of the Snovers proposal. The Snovers have never lived at 58 Humphreys Court, and certainly not for an extended period of time where the zoning changed around them. The abutting properties are not uniformly smaller and laid out pursuant to an overall scheme from which the Snovers were excluded. The abutting lots were not created in any recent time period. The lot is not in an out-of-the-way area or on an infrequently traveled street. There are no material buffers, like significant greenery or wetlands, between the proposed subdivided lots and the existing houses. These are some of the smallest lots allowed in the city, as opposed to mid-sized or larger lots, so there is no surplus space, decreasing density and privacy impacts. As you saw, there are no abutters, direct or indirect, in favor of the proposal. The lots do not abut industrial land, conservation space, a park, or dead-end street, or some other type of property that would be less sensitive to a variance. It's not impossible or unreasonable to use the property without relief, as is just obvious based on the current rental and the use historically as a single-family home. The Snovers can't point to anyone in the last 100 plus years who has been permitted to do what they're asking. The lots to which they are comparing their lot were laid out between 1893 and 1909. There were no cars or SUVs. We would be creating a non-conforming lot in 2025 lacking 40% of the required frontage so the Snovers can profit to the detriment of existing neighbors. My wife and I live directly across from 58 Humphreys Court and are fortunate to have a large lot, and we treasure our open space for ourselves and our neighborhood. We don't feel as if that space is somehow being underutilized or needs to be developed. The spirit of the frontage requirement is about safety and spacing, safe access and traffic flow. In the second picture I just handed out, is there any doubt a driveway for lot 2, directly behind where the red truck is parked, would negatively impact the traffic and safety of that portion of Humphreys Court connecting to Newcastle Ave? There is significant on-street parking on Humphreys Court every day, including by folks from neighboring streets and overflow parking for walks, 5Ks, and other city events. Any car backing out of the newly proposed Lot 2 would be blindly backing up behind the red truck and the parked car, down a significant grade, directly across from an existing 3-car driveway. Another car turning on Humphreys Court would only increase the traffic and danger. This area is an essential high-volume route for pedestrians and cyclists, especially during school hours when kids funnel to and from Little Harbor via Humphreys Court.
Mr. Baker, you only have 15 seconds left.
Okay. In short, I don't think the right frontage over a century ago should be persuasive today. There are no physical characteristics that necessitate new nonconformities. If this variance is denied, the Snovers still own a beautiful, valuable property exactly as they purchased it. But if it's granted, the existing residents who have followed the rules for decades will permanently lose safety, privacy, and the neighborhood character and streetscape they rely on. Solely to increase the investment value of their purchase, the applicants are asking you to permanently degrade the quality of life for their new neighbors.
Mr. Baker, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to finish
Yeah,
up there.
thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Any other first-time speakers speaking in opposition to this application?
Good evening, I'm Andrea St. John. I live at 54 Humphreys Court. I'm an abutter to the applicant. And I wanted to thank you for your continued attention and best effort this evening. I want to echo the perspectives of my neighbors. They're sound. And I want to say that while I understand the importance of development and growth, I believe strongly that it should not come at the expense of the quality of life of existing residents. I respectfully urge the zoning board to deny the requested variances and reject this proposal for subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other first-time speakers who would like to speak in opposition to this application? Okay, seeing none, is there anyone on Zoom still? Okay. So now I will invite those who would like to speak to, for, or against up to speak. I don't know.
We do have one person raising their hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. We do have somebody on Zoom.
It's going up and down.
Let's see if we can get them on.
Bob and Laura Gunning.
Trying to unmute. Yes, we're here, and we oppose this variance. Vehemently. We love all of our neighbors. Do you hear me?
Yes. Oh, we hear you.
Okay, we have the tightest community on this street, with our houses and our homes and our friends and our kids. Bob and I have lived in that house on 43 Humphreys Court for 30 years. Everything is just perfect the way that it is. And one house renovated, like everybody said, that's probably great. But we use the street for walking, biking, dogs. All the neighbors reiterated. I can't reiterate any more of what they've said. Everything was perfect, but we do not approve of this variance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm now going to invite people to speak to, for, or against this application. Attorney Durbin.
Thank you. As brief as possible. I think a lot of the concerns you heard are concerns out of speculation, probably fear as to what could become. A lot of those concerns are planning board concerns, where the driveway is going to be put, how's the property going to be graded. I get it. There's always fear as to what the future can hold. But just to address some of the arguments that were made under the criteria, I think that the neighbors have already defined what the neighborhood is. The neighborhood is Humphreys Court, and that's what we used in our the data behind our meeting the criteria. I think the argument around public safety, around cars speeding around corners, things like that, I mean, I get that as well, dealing with that in my own neighborhood. But I think that argument contradicts itself. Even assuming that cars associated with this property were parking on the street, that's automatically going to slow everybody down coming around the corner. I know that from experience because I do it in front of my house so the kids in the street don't get run over. With respect to the self-created hardship, I know that term gets thrown out a lot. If it were defined as they've asked you to define it, there would be never a variance approved in this city. Every property would not be unique. This property is very unique with respect to the lot area, with respect to the continuous street frontage. The fact that you can do 2 dwellings on this property, what makes the most sense? Does it mean a division line diagonally down the middle? Does it mean 2 condominium units, or does it mean a subdivision like what's proposed? And the planning department, I believe, believes that this makes the most sense, this particular proposal that's before you. Finally, very quickly, property values. I don't want to leave that just open. I've made the argument that you can use your judgment in what you know from seeing similar applications that surrounding property values will not be diminished, but I do have evidence from a licensed real estate agent to indicate that surrounding property values will not be diminished. So I didn't want to leave that hanging out there, so I'd like to just pass that around.
Thank you. We have never received so many exhibits in connection with an application. Okay, is there anyone else who would like to speak to, for, or against? Mr. Lee, can you come forward? Mr. Lee, come forward.
Thank you. Once again, Jim Lee, 520 Sagamore Avenue. I'd like to address the diminution of property values. I've been a real estate broker for 45 years, 15 of those years in Portsmouth, selling single-family homes and condos. So I have a very strong background in property values. I don't think anyone can say with any certainty that granting this variance will diminish the property values. But on the other hand, I don't think anybody can say with any certainty that it won't. I think on balance, granting this variance and putting 2 more houses in there has a very strong chance of diminishing the property values on Humphrey Court. And I think, granting this variance is basically rolling the dice and hoping it won't, not knowing. So I think when you don't know something, the best course of action is to don't do it. So I would urge you to deny this variance on that basis alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak to, for, or against? Seeing no one rise. I would like to call Attorney Durbin back up to the podium just as a question for the applicant. And the question that I have is about topography. That lot is quite a bit taller than the rest of the lots around it. Why is that? What are the plans for that?
I'm gonna let John speak to that.
Okay.
John Shagnon from Haley Ward. I guess the next step, if the variance goes forward, would be to then finish the subdivision process with the planning board. Then there would be the building permit process. It's also in the historic district, so any development of the lot would have to also get historic district approval. I would imagine that there would be some changes to grade to accommodate a structure in there. I don't know if I'm answering that question as you want me to,
So, not exactly. So the grade is quite a bit higher than the rest of the street. Is that ledge, what accounts for that grade? Can it be brought down?
So, yes, it's higher. It is somewhat ledgy, and yes, it can be brought down.
And are there any tentative plans to bring it down to a certain level, or?
Right now, the property is served by a steep driveway, and so any redevelopment would probably be better served by a driveway that was closer in grade, which would mean you would bring the grade down in certain areas.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay.
Just one follow-up question for Attorney Durbin. So if this variance were granted and one of the lots had the substandard street frontage, would any building on that lot fit within the building envelope?
Yes, it's been determined that it would fit within the setbacks. I mean, you know what I mean, outside of the setbacks. The building envelope would be sufficient.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other questions for the board, from the board? Okay, and seeing no one rise, I'm going to close the public hearing. I think first we need a motion to go past 10 o'clock. We're well past 10 o'clock, so.
Motion to go past 10 o'clock?
Okay, second. Everyone in favor? Okay.
Yeah,
So,
technically, it's only, we can't start new business after 10.
Excuse me?
We couldn't start new business after 10.
Oh, okay, all right, that's right. Okay, so what is the board's pleasure? The variance request is for 51.8 feet of continuous street frontage where 80 feet is required. Mr. Mattson?
Yeah, I could just start with some comments. I guess as a big picture thing, first and foremost is the owner could build a duplex on this property by right. So this discussion of one home versus two homes is within that context of it could still be a common single parcel with two homes on it based on the GRB zoning. And then I do have some other thoughts. So if this were approved, there would be two parcels, two lots. One would be conforming. One would not. It would still have the appropriate square feet, so the actual density from a technical standpoint wouldn't be any more than what's. Oh, sorry, yeah, it wouldn't be any more dense than what's allowed because it still meets the lot area. And then they do still have a decent buildable area. So if you took this proposed subdivision and then did the property line setbacks on the side, front, and rear yards, there's still a decent sized house that could be built here within the character of the district. Another way to think about this as well is, so you're supposed to have 80 feet of frontage. So if you had two parcels, you would want 160 feet of frontage. And this is 194 feet of frontage. And I understand the difficulty comes in how you subdivide it, but technically over the average of the two parcels, it's still within the same allowable density because it's more than 160 square feet for two parcels. I understand the one would only have an insufficient portion of that, but over the whole parcel, it would still be adequate in terms of density and the spirit of the ordinance. The hardship, I guess I struggled a little bit with, and I'm still open to making up my mind on that. But one thing I see here is that, based on how this property is, with this, it's already been deemed not desirable, but that radial subdivision where it creates two pie slices that meet all the criteria. It's just a weird shaped lot. So it's essentially a hardship in that a unique condition of this property is that it has the technical specifications to meet what's required for all of our lot requirements. It's just that based on how it's arranged, that it can be seen as a hardship of applying it to this specific case.
Thank you. Any other thoughts from any other members? Mr. Rayo?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So, we've heard a lot of information from both the applicant and from abutters. Appreciate everyone coming before us. We hear many similar arguments. I mean, this is not the first subdivision that's occurred throughout the city that's quite similar. This is quite similar to a number of other applications. They're all difficult. They all generally generate a lot of animosity within a particular neighborhood because it's change. There are a number of things that were brought up that really aren't germane to what we are looking at here. As I would slightly modify what Mr. Mattson said, a two-family home is allowed by right. The townhome would require a special exception, but again, the criteria for a special exception is not terribly high bar. It could be something that the applicant could apply for. So I know there's a lot of concern about adding another car to the neighborhood. Really, I don't think is a very valid argument in terms of what we're looking at here. And more importantly, if there really is concerns about traffic, and it sounds like there already is some, we have the Parking, Traffic, and Safety Committee. There are traffic calming tools. There are all kinds of things that can be done to go and address a particular neighborhood's concern with traffic. Adding one additional, home with one additional car or even two, coming and going is probably not a significant impact, and it's certainly not even really part of our criteria. I mean, I'll say that when I was a kid, if my parents told me to go play in the street, it generally wasn't implied of a have fun. It was more like they were not very happy with me. But that said, I also get concerned when people who live at lots that are essentially similar to what the applicant is asking for here, say that creating a new lot that looks kind of like ours would be, extremely problematic. I also have, some concerns about that. But I think the criteria that really this one comes down to, as Mr. Mattson noted, really is the hardship. I'm not quite as convinced about what the applicant and what Mr. Mattson kind of parroted from the applicant of, hey, I have a long overall street frontage. That gives me something special about my lot. Really, it's a corner lot. Yeah, it's one long street. Happens to be that way. How it became all Humphreys Court over time, it looks between 1909 and 1937. Somewhere in there, they decided instead of two separate streets, it's just one long street. I don't think that's a very significant consideration. It really comes down, in my mind, to is this property unique in some way? And I'm not sure there's enough there that it is unique in some way. I mean, there are a number of other properties that are somewhat similar, although there is quite a few that mimic what the applicant is asking for. But I really think that that's what it's going to come down to for the board, is that hardship criteria. I think many of the others are all things that, probably don't have a significant impact. I know we always talk about property values. Again, that's pretty subjective unless you're doing something extremely different than what's in the neighborhood. I find it hard to make an argument that property values are, and again, it's across a broad spectrum of the neighborhood, are going to be, broadly negatively impacted but by the change. So that argument, I think, is probably not a concern here. I do think that you can make a general argument. It's a pretty dense neighborhood overall from a general characteristics of the neighborhood. Probably wouldn't look too different. If this was an existing lot of record, i.e. that had never been merged together, I think there would be a much stronger case that would say, yes, this should be a buildable lot. I think creating a subdivision to create it out of a perfectly conforming lot that is matched by some others in the general neighborhood is a tougher sell.
Thank you. Any other comments from board members, thoughts? Mr. Rossi?
Yeah, to me, it's a pretty high bar when you take a conforming lot or structure and move it into non-conformance. You have to have a pretty darn good reason. And what I think is lacking in terms of the hardship criterion is not so much the reasonable use. Fast forwarding to a day when, if this variance were to be approved, would it really look that much different from the rest of the community? Probably not. But there is no special condition of this lot. It's essentially, in all substantial ways, all relevant ways, very similar to many of the surrounding and abutting lots. So the special conditions just don't exist. So I don't see how we get to the hardship from there.
Okay, so are there any more thoughts or comments first? Nothing from this side of the table? Perhaps somebody would like to make a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, your motion?
I would move to deny the variance application as presented and advertised.
Okay, and is there a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Mannel. Okay, Mr. Rossi?
I thought for sure Mr. Mannel was going to vote against me. Okay, well, the basis of my motion is the failure of the applicant to demonstrate hardship on the basis that there is nothing special and unique about this property that differentiates it from the other properties that are in the immediate area surrounding it. And therefore, you can't get to the other aspects of hardship, which mostly revolve around reasonable use. And you just can't get there from here. And that's my motion.
Mr. Mannel, do you have anything to add?
I agree with Mr. Rossi about the hardship. I am loath to take a conforming lot and split it into non-conforming lots, regardless of where it is. I think the hardship argument is weak. When we were talking earlier about real estate values. And we've heard from, a real estate agent in a letter from the applicant, and we've heard from, in public comment from a real estate broker who used to be a member of this board. That is a what if for me, simply because we don't know what the future is going to be. Now, obviously, the applicant feels there's not going to be any diminution of value, which is going to be tough to prove when the property values in Portsmouth are going up 5, 10, 15%. On the other side, the applicants are convinced that it will have a diminution of value, that their property will. And, the character of their neighborhood may change. Now, that's all out in the future, and it's all conjecture. But given the choice between a non-conforming lot being a conforming lot being subdivided into 2 non-conforming lots against the neighborhood, yeah, I'm going to go with the neighborhood.
That's the second? So,
That's my second.
Okay, any comments on the motion or thought, Mr. Nees?
Yeah, I'm going to vote to deny in favor of the motion as offered, but I want to add a couple other things. The applicant's talks about the spirit of the ordinance and whether it complies with the spirit of the ordinance, and one of the arguments he makes repeatedly in the application is that there are other lots in the area that also don't comply with the existing requirements. If you give me a second here, I just want to point out what our zoning ordinance says about that. In section 10.233.50, I'm sorry, let me go to this one first. In 10.233.60, because special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area must be present for a variance to be granted, and this is the important point. The existence in the surrounding area of conditions that are similar to the proposed nonconformity shall not be a basis for the granting of a variance. So that argument that it complies with the spirit of the ordinance because other properties are not in conformance doesn't fly with this. In addition, section 10.233.50 points out that when there's a requirement that's more stringent than existing conditions, the goal is to try and make sure you move towards those more stringent conditions. In this case, as been pointed out by others, we'd be going the other way. We'd be going from a conforming lot to a non-conforming lot. So I would argue not only do we not comply with the hardship approach, but I question whether it also meets the spirit of the ordinance requirements.
Any other discussions on the motion? Mr. Mattson?
Yeah, again, I still think it's a tough call for me personally, and I guess with the spirit of the ordinance thing, for general residence B, it says 5 to 12 units per acre, and this falls within that. So I understand however the 80-foot front line requirement was reached at. It doesn't specifically meet that portion of it, but as an overall lot, it's to me it's still within the spirit. And again, I totally see the points about how this could be considered not a special property, but I also do think it actually is a little special. And it's not that it's entirely unique. It's just that it has conditions that distinguish it, and the fact that it's on the inside of the curve affects the frontage, and that it actually, I understand the historically it was different zoning, but it was 2 lots. Just to me, there are some things that make it special, even though I can see how you guys might not.
Any other comments, thoughts? Okay, so I'll call the question. The motion is to deny the variance request for 51.8 feet of continuous street frontage where 80 feet is required. And Mr. Mattson?
No.
Sorry, my pen is not working. Sorry, pencil is not working. Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Mr. Rayam?
Yes.
Mr. Mantle?
Yes.
Mr. Nees?
Yes.
And I vote no. The motion to deny the variances is approved by 4-2. Sorry, you were disapproved. The next order of business, and here I am going to ask for a motion to go past 10 o'clock because we are on a new application. Motion and second to go past 10 o'clock.
So moved.
So moved. Second?
Okay, everyone in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so the, continuing with Humphreys Court, the next item of business is another appeal from a decision of the code official, and the appeal is as follows. H, the request of Ben and Andrea St. Jean, Braden and Robin Ferrari, Bob and Laura Gunning, Mike and Zoe DeBoule, Tim and Kim Sullivan, and Jamie and Amy Baker appellants for appeal of the administrative decision of a zoning determination pertaining to the side and rear lot lines of the property for a proposed subdivision located at 58 Humphreys Court. Said property is located on Assessor Map 101, Lot 47, and lies within the General Residence B and Historic Districts. Who is here to speak on behalf of the appellant?
Thank you. Thanks for your patience in going late tonight. Still John Arnold, still representing the same group of residents. I'll be as brief as I can. The written materials go into more detail, so I'll just summarize. But the appeal that we have tonight relates to Mr. Britz's zoning determination regarding the classification of the front, side, and rear lot lines on the property. And basically, the ordinance defines lot lines. I know you're excited to dive back into those definitions again. The front lot line is along the street. Rear lot line is opposite the front. Side lot line is anything that is not a front or rear. So the ordinance says if the rear lot line is less than 10 feet long or forms a point, the city imposes an artificial 10-foot line, so there's always some rear yard. In other words, there's always a front line, there's always a rear line, and there may or may not be sidelines. If you take a look at page 2 of our appeal, are the copies you guys have in your packets color copies? Those were color-coded. I just want to make sure. Great.
Yep.
Yes,
So
the
there's a-
red, blue, and yellow.
Great, yeah, so the city's determination is on page 2, that marked up diagram, basically that there's 2 front lot lines and 2 side lot lines, and then the city imposes that artificial 10-foot long diagonal across the rear corner of the lot. And if you look at page 3, our position is that there's 2 front lot lines, same ones that the city thinks, and then there's 2 rear lot lines, but no side lot lines. And we think this is the correct interpretation because both of the red lines are opposite the front lines. They're more than 10 feet long, and they don't form a point in the rear, so there's no reason to impose an artificial 10-foot diagonal line as shown in the city's drawing. The significance of all of this is, as you probably know, the rear lot lines impose a 25-foot setback. Side lot lines impose a 10-foot setback. So that rear property line is important for the neighbors in terms of how close the improvements on this lot could be built. Understanding that the variance was denied, I should have started with this precursor. We still would like this determination made and the appeal decided in the event that there's an appeal of the denial of the variance, or if this somehow moves forward. Otherwise, that categorization of the line is important for that setback.
That it?
Thank you.
Okay. So now I invite the planning director to speak as to the city's determination.
Hello. Hello again. Peter Britz, Director of Planning and Sustainability. This is a interpretation of the rear lot line, and where'd my notes go? Guess it's getting late. Here we go. So as it says in my memo, basically, in determining that lot, we look at where the front lot line is, and when the front lot line comes to a point, and in this case, you guys even earlier determined that that definitely is a lot line, but whether it's a lot line or the curved lot of the street, that's the area of the front That front is contiguous all around the property. It's all Humphreys Court. There's not two streets coming together, but it's one street. So the entire frontage of the lot is the front lot line, and that comes to a point, and you take that point and go to the rear, come out 10 feet and draw a line, and that's how we determine the rear lot line. It's pretty straightforward, and that's how we always do it. There's no prohibition, that's the long and short of it, basically. But if there's questions about that, yeah.
Any questions? I'll let, oh, gosh.
Yeah, it's just.
Okay, I think I'm going to start, let me start with Mr. Nees. I'm going to go this way. Mr. Nees?
So I guess I'm trying to understand the argument that it's one street. I mean, you clearly have, if you look at the original subdivision plan, they were called, I think one was called Humphreys Court, Humphreys Street Extension, and then the other subdivision plan has the one coming from Newcastle Avenue up, just listed as street. So the original subdivision plan clearly said there are two streets. If you look at it, you've got two streets coming together with a right angle turn. You don't have a gradual curvy road like you do at some of the roads in Elwyn Park. But it seems like your argument that it's only one street is solely because somewhere along the line somebody said, we're going to call all of this Humphreys Court, which is not how the original subdivision line was drawn. And I guess I struggle with that because how do you define a corner? Isn't it where two streets meet?
Well, so in this case, I understand there's past history, but it is Humphreys Court today, and the reason it's important is because if we were going to determine the front lot on one side or the other, we'd take it where the street address is from. So if there truly were two streets coming there, then the front lot line would truly be where the street address is. But in this case, Humphreys Court is labeled, and everybody's addresses are Humphreys Court all the way around. So we can only take it as one street. So there's not a single street, as the ordinance calls out, to define a front lot line address. So in that case, we take the point of the front lot and go to the back and draw the 10-foot in for the rear lot line. And that's what it is today, and that's what the ordinance calls out, is that you take the front lot line off the address of the house.
How do you define a corner?
I wouldn't say there is a
How do you
corner.
define a corner lot?
A corner lot?
Yeah.
Well, I don't have my ordinance in front of me. It's right in the definition here. Do you have the ordinance there? I would read it right from the ordinance.
I have one. Under L, road lot. It's good to have an ordinance.
Oh, yeah.
A corner lot is defined as a lot having frontage on two intersecting streets, including their point of intersection.
Yeah.
So you don't consider this a corner lot?
I don't consider it two streets.
So this is not a corner lot?
No.
Okay.
It's a lot with a single continuous frontage.
I actually do not see that definition in the definitions of corner lot.
It's on page 1525.
Under L. Oh.
It's under L for corner.
Okay, all right. Okay, I will defer to you guys. Anything else, Mr. Nees?
Not at this time.
Okay, Mr. Mantle?
I'm going to skip.
Okay. Mr. Ram?
Yeah, I think you answered one of my questions, but I guess my other concern is that in establishing this, it does say for lot line rear, that if the rear lot line is less than 10 feet in length, or if the lot forms a point at the rear lot line shall be deemed to be a line 10 feet in length within the lot parallel to and at the maximum distance from the front lot line. However, the lot line, this 10-foot lot line that was created, is not parallel to any portion of the front lot line, either the one on the Humphreys Court facing west, or the Humphreys Court facing, I think, north-ish.
Right.
So I'm just curious, how did you reconcile that?
Well, you got me a little bit there in terms of, had to be a little bit creative in terms of the parallel aspect of it. But if you consider the front lot line and the rear lot line, we just took it 10 feet back from the rear as parallel as we could to the front lot line.
And you did mention that, you know, the
Oh.
corner was an aspect.
Sorry,
Oh,
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
No,
Did
go
you
ahead.
have more? Okay. You mentioned the corner was an aspect, but our lot line front definition really doesn't, it talks to a corner lot, which is then further defined as the frontage on two streets. But there's nothing here that says if you have a corner that you have to have, you know, a rear lot line associated with it. I'm just trying to understand where you saw that the corner, the fact that you know, you emphasize, hey, you guys just made a decision that this very much has a corner associated with it. Admittedly, that corner is now on one street. How does that impact what the determination of a rear lot line in your eyes, or the eyes of your staff?
I didn't, it's not a corner lot. So the opposite, the front is where we took the rear from. The
Okay.
most opposite the front and most distant the front lot line is how we determine the rear. And the only place that could be the most distant from the front is that back corner. And so
Okay.
that's how we interpreted that.
Anything else, Mr. Ram?
No, thank you.
Mr. Rossi?
Since the application to subdivide the lot was denied, why is that a back corner? Isn't the back corner a little bit farther down the page?
Well,
I mean,
I think this is only for the purposes of if
Either
this
way.
were overturned
whether you,
or something.
whether you
But
use
it's
the
just,
front or the back.
the lot as illustrated here doesn't exist.
No, but if you extend that red line on the left all the way down, and the yellow line all the way down, then this frontage still is the frontage and the entire frontage of Hemphreys Court. And the rear back corner is still the back corner furthest, it's still the furthest point from the front lot line, in
I'm
either
just-
scenario.
I'm just confused about how we could even consider this when what is represented here on page 301 of our package doesn't represent reality of any lot that exists within Portsmouth right now.
Mr. Ram?
So just as a reminder, the appellant in this just told us that they would like us to consider, should the applicant who just lost and did not get our permission, should they go to court and win? Now this could come back again as a concern. Plus, it could also be a concern even if the applicant now decides to go and use the whole entire lot. It's going to determine where their their rear lot is, right? You're right.
Well, where would it be?
It moves the corner down over here is what the,
Right.
is what the planning.
But that's the
Director
appellant's
is saying.
drawing.
So you're right, there is a certain hypothetical nature to it, but it is the concern of the appellant that we consider it.
We normally don't engage in hypotheticals
Normally,
unless
I
there is
agree.
a specific matter before us. So in my opinion, it's premature to render a judgment on this.
Anything else, Mr. Rossi?
No.
Mr. Mattson, you had your hand up?
No, I don't think I have any questions
Okay.
at this moment.
Not my question.
Okay, Mr. Mattel?
Peter, simple question. What is the current rear line on the current property?
Yeah, I mean, this is certainly a complicated one, but it's the same. It's the same, you're talking about where would the rear lot line be on the current property today?
Now, where is the rear lot line for the property today?
Yep. So if you took that figure that you're looking at with the yellow line and the frontage, and extend the frontage all the way on Humphreys Court, all the way out to its intersection at the next lot, that's the front lot line. The entire street frontage is the
I
front
didn't
lot
ask
line.
about the front lot line.
I know, but
Where is the rear lot line
I'm
on the
explaining.
current property?
Sorry. So in determining the front, we determine the furthest point from the front, and that's the point at the rear back corner. And from that back corner, you take a line 10 feet up, parallel, which I understand isn't exactly parallel, but it is point to point from 10 feet the back corner of the lot, and you determine the rear lot line. And that's how that's determined.
I actually do have a question now.
So I think, in essence, there's a disagreement between the city and the appellant
Yeah.
as to what is the rear lot line? The appellant is saying that it is what the city is saying is the sidelines, yeah. And then the city is saying that there are sidelines, but then there's a rear line based upon the criteria that Mr. Britt just talked about.
Yeah,
So,
understood.
okay, who? Mr. Ram looks exhausted. Anything else, Mr. Metzen?
I'm tired.
Love corner lots.
Yeah, I guess my question is, have you encountered a situation like this before where because I'm sure there has to be another property in Portsmouth that has
There has. I
single street.
wish Peter Stith was here because I don't have the example, but he said he has. So
Okay.
I don't have the example.
And you're saying that it was applied the way you're saying
Maybe
with
Steph, do you have an example? I don't know.
with the 10-foot. It was applied with the 10-foot.
The same way with the 10-foot being pulled off the rear corner.
The diagonal, okay.
The diagonal. Yeah, it is. It's very unusual, but
Yeah.
I was told it's happened before and I didn't get the lot, so I brought it here.
Okay, so are there any other applications for Mr. Britz? You don't count.
Sorry, I have the answer.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, would you like to provide it?
It's basically any sort of U-shaped or circular road that we have. So, I mean, Hillside Drive is a good example where you have two interior lots where Hillside Drive follows the curve all the way around. I can pull up more if I keep looking. Okay.
But that was actually like, I know that's an example of one where this type of equation would apply, but it was applied?
That I don't know.
Okay.
Okay. So, all right, no other questions for Mr. Britz. So, I would like to allow the landowner an opportunity to speak if it is okay with the board.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Attorney Durbin, you're not the landowner, so, just kidding.
I am tonight. Thank you again for the record, Derek Durbin, on behalf of Robert Snover and Darcy Davidson, the owners of 58 Humphreys Court. So in listening to all this and also following the determination on the lot area in the boundary lines of the property, I think it would be our position tonight that there is no rear lot line. There's two sides, and there's a front. There's three, but there's no rear lot line in this particular instance. The appellant's argument is premised in their own words on there's always a rear lot line. There may not be side lot lines, but that's not true. The ordinance contemplates a situation where there is no rear lot line in a through lot. That is one particular instance. It turns out this is the other unique instance, I think. It's hard to say we support the administrative determination, but I guess we do in a sense, but with the determination on the lot lines favoring the first appeal, we take the position there's two sides and one front. Just throw some more complication in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So I'm going to open it up to public comment. Again, 5 minutes for everyone. If anyone would like to speak on this administrative appeal. Thank you. Is there anyone on Zoom, Steph? Okay. All right, so I'm going to close the public hearing. And we're going to deliberate, board. So, thoughts, comments? Mr. Ram?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would have to say, in my 13 years on the board, I've never seen an application come before us that defined this back property line in this manner and sort of created this rear property line that was at some angle to the rest of the property. That's not to say it has not happened. It certainly could be that there was an application that either skipped this board for some reason, went to planning board, or was otherwise perfectly within the zoning requirements and never had to be something that's seen by this board. It just strikes me as a very unusual interpretation, and I'm really stuck, and maybe it was that I was drilled into me by my geometry teacher, but to say that somehow, to me, the essence of this, you know, fictitious rear lot line, this 10-foot fictitious rear lot line that that the ordinance talks to is really for a much more complicated situation. It's not for, what was the term, rectilinear lots, I think, is the term of what the planning board likes to see, or the planning department likes to see, is rectilinear lots. It's really not intended for rectilinear lots. The thing that's goofing us up here is the fact that instead of being 2 streets, this is just called 1 street. And as you know, our staff member has pointed out, there are other similar situations around the city. I think there's enough of them. It's probably important that the ordinance, you know, let's have the planning board take a look at it, make a recommendation back to city council. Let's get the ordinance updated to kind of reflect this reality, because it's not crystal clear, I think, in our ordinance. But that said, to somehow say that this is the right solution to that problem really just strikes me as the non-obvious solution, and generally the non-obvious solution is just not the right solution. So in that sense, I do think that I would agree with the appellant that the planning director's determination was probably not the right one. But I would also say that the suggestion of the appellant that we call them rear lot lines maybe also isn't right, in the sense that we talk to a lot line front, and I think we have a general agreement that there is one continuous lot line front. We're having a hard time struggling to identify what that rear lot line is. And we do know that with through lots, you don't have a rear lot line, right? There is none. We say you have 2 front lot lines, one on one street, one on the other street. We treat them that way. And then we have side lot lines. My impression, the best way out of this is the definition of lot line comma side is any boundary of a lot that is not a front lot line or a rear lot line. So in my mind, we have a clearly visible front lot line. We have a very ambiguous rear lot line that we're having a hard time figuring out where that is. So in the absence of something that we can call a rear lot line, then by our ordinance, any boundary lot that is not a front line or a rear lot line must therefore be a side lot line. So in my mind, those 2 other boundary lines that are defined either by the smaller property or the larger property as a whole, because of the unique nature of this being one continuous street, would in fact be side lot lines, at least as an interim interpretation until such time as the planning board and city council approve a different interpretation. That's all.
Mr. Nees.
So my take's a little different. I'll just lay it out, see what people think of it. I think we're confusing, I actually asked the staff a couple questions about this a couple months ago on a similar property. And I didn't bring it up in a meeting because they addressed my question. Kind of satisfactorily, but not coming up from this. So I think this property has 2 front lot lines. They meet at a point. Now the question is, how does that deal with a rear lot line? The mistake we're making is we're saying, well, we can't tell what the front lot line is because the address is going to be Humphreys Court no matter which one it is. That has nothing to do with the front lot line. That has to do with what's the principal front yard. And that's how it's worded in the ordinance. It says the principal front yard will be the line bordering a public place in which the lot has its address as defined in the city. Doesn't say anything about the front lot line is based on the principal, based on the address. So we've got 2 front lot lines that meet at a point. Then the ordinance goes on to say that there's a rear lot line is opposite in most distance from the front lot line. Now, if you want to call that front lot line, you know, one lot line, you've got a long, at the proposed subdivision, I'm not sure this is accurate for the existing lot, you have a long distance and a short distance. And the rear lot line is the one to the east, which is the long distance from the front lot line. The other one is shorter. It's like 90 feet one way, I think, and what is it, 50 feet the other, or 80 feet the other. That's how I would do it. I would not measure it from a point to another point. You know, we're basically, that's how I would do it, because you're not going to get a parallel line from a point unless you go to the opposite point. That's how I interpret the ordinance. You know, it's not clear.
Oh, jeez. Mr. Mattson.
Yes, yeah, I guess, so the way I'll word my thoughts are, I was just considering the two scenarios before us, and I think Mr. Neese has a point about these other more viable interpretations, but I suppose if we're just looking at what the administrative decision was and then what the appellant's appeal is, and if I'm looking at the two of those, as we've already, we know that there are lots, conforming lots that have no rear lot line if they're a through lot, but you always have to have side lot lines, and also just common sense, if you have like just the adjacent property with the next property address is to the side. It just, I understand we're looking at the specific definitions and whatnot, and there's critiques of both what's before us from the administrative decision and then the appellant's appeal. I think if I had to choose between those two, to me, including the side lot line is the more reasonable one, even if it's not the best one or whatever. To me, it's an acceptable solution.
Mr. Ram.
Yeah, just to Mr. Neese, I actually was heading down the exact same path, but the thing that I found in our ordinance, again, just looking at the language of our ordinance that kind of gums up the works, is that we do define a corner lot as a lot having frontage on two intersecting streets, including their point of intersection. And just to me, that says now we don't have a corner lot here. And that's where it kind of throws the other definitions into more of a question, particularly the rear lot line one in my mind. So that's where I thought that argument fell down.
Mr. Rossi.
I still don't think this matter is properly before us at this time because we're engaging in a hypothetical on a lot that doesn't exist. However, having said that, we're not being asked to define what the rear lot line actually is. We're just being asked to decide whether or not the proposed rear lot line is the correct one. And that's a simple yes or no answer. We don't have to invent new aspects of the ordinance or try to figure out what the city council should change or the planning board. That they can handle that in due course. It's not our job.
Mr. Ram.
Yeah, excellent point. The counter to that just is the advice that we got from council was not to play Bring Me a Rock with the planning director. It's because right now I don't know if you've ever had a manager who plays Bring Me a Rock, right? You brought me a rock. Oh, I don't like that rock. Toss it over the side. Bring me another rock. They come back to us with another proposal. We throw that one over the side. I'm just trying to provide some type of interim guidance until such time as a legislative action is taken that the planning director can go and act upon. And really, I'm doing that based off of the recommendation from our council.
Yeah, recommendations are recommendations.
Are there any other comments or suggestions? So I'm struggling with this one because I mean, if we don't have, this is an enclosed lot, it's not a through lot, it's not a corner lot. So where's our rear line? I am tending to support Mr. Briss's interpretation of it. But I'll be honest, I think it's very difficult. This property has been obviously very difficult for this board and the city to deal with.
I miss Whitey.
I know. Oh, Harold Whitehouse is making his presence felt in city council chambers tonight. So with that, are there any other thoughts, ideas? Okay, so then I will ask for a motion to either deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the code official, or to uphold the appeal, well, whatever it is. Mr. Nees? Are you ready to make a motion, or did you have another comment?
Both. I raised my hand too fast.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
So, all right, so we are going to either uphold the appeal, or we're going to deny the appeal. So, Mr. Nees?
So I might make a different motion.
Those are the only options open to us.
No, I mean, I thought we were allowed to make a determination on how it should be determined.
A de novo appeal.
The de novo.
Oh, I see our city attorney, our deputy city
I
attorney.
guess there's a question here because, as Mr. Rossi pointed out, I'm not sure we have a controversy in front of us.
Well, we did have a decision by a code official. Deputy city attorney.
Yeah, thank you. Member Neese is correct. You're stepping into the shoes, remember, of the planning director, so you can make any decision that he could have made.
There you go.
You're not limited to the options that have been presented to you. You can say, those are all wrong, and this is the correct way you should have interpreted this.
Okay, so it's a de novo appeal, as you said. Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Neese, your motion.
So give me a second. I'm trying to think how to structure it for a lot that is
That
not-
doesn't,
that
that
doesn't
doesn't
exist.
exist. Yeah.
Not defined.
Right? I mean, so I'm trying to think of how to structure the motion so it applies to the potential that this subdivision may come back.
Can I help you out, Tom?
Sure.
Would a motion along the lines of disagreeing that that is the proper method to establish a rear lot line be sufficient?
Which one? Do you mean the planning directors?
Correct. That would a motion that this method of establishing a lot line on, you can't call it a corner lot, but that lot or any subdivision thereof is not the appropriate method.
Second that motion.
All right, that's my motion.
Okay, I need to get this down for the record. So the motion is, because it's been motioned and seconded, the motion is to, could you say that again, please?
Basically to agree with the appellant that this is not the appropriate method for establishing a rear lot line on this lot or a subdivision thereof.
I can go with that.
Okay, so motion is to agree with the appellant's position.
I think we want to be careful. We want to make sure motion is we do not agree with the planning director's proposal for this lot for determining the rear lot line.
Yes, that's a better way to phrase
Because
it.
I don't want to imply that we're supporting the applicant's approach, because I'm not sure we are.
Okay.
If I could just add to that, yeah.
No, I have to see exactly what the motion is. So the motion is to, okay. Could somebody say it again?
Tom said it best. Go ahead, Tom.
The motion is to,
We play the recording back. The motion is, we disagree with the planning director's determination of the rear lot line for the proposed subdivision of this lot.
so to disagree with the calculation of the rear lot line or the determination?
Determination.
On the proposed subdivision of the lot. Okay, that makes sense.
or the proposed subdivision of this lot.
Yeah.
My only concern is that it's not necessarily a solution. It's just what it's not, but it's not what it is. So have we stepped into the shoes and instead of doing the rock thing, we're doing the rock thing? Okay.
So is there a second to this, and then we can start a discussion on that? Mr. Rossi? Okay. So my concern about this motion is that we're disagreeing with the determination or any proposed subdivision of the lot.
No.
We-
He said this proposed subdivision of the lot.
Okay,
This proposed.
okay, so, okay,
It's being specific to this law.
okay, because otherwise we are,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's too indefinite the other way, the way I said it.
okay. So the ZBA finds that we disagree with the determination of the rear lot line of this proposed subdivision of the lot. Is that accurate?
Disagree with the zoning officer's determination.
Okay.
Is that who it was? Okay.
Technically, planning director is
Yeah.
ultimately.
Planning director.
Just
man.
trying to,
I'd
Peter's
like,
have a rough night, so. Disagree with the planning director's determination of the rear lot line of this proposed subdivision of the lot. Mr. Rayam?
Yeah, well, if you're willing to open up comments on it, on the proposed,
Sure. I
Motion,
mean,
okay.
I would, yeah, we have a first, we have a second. Comments? Mr. Ram?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that we are currently acting as 6 planning directors, and we all kind of have 6 individual ideas about how this should be resolved. In that sense, I do think that the motion is probably the best we're going to realistically achieve under those circumstances. I feel badly because I do think we're kind of putting it back on the planning director. It is, what I hated most about a manager, bring me a rock. I don't like what you just gave me. Go give me a different one. Keep denying until you, yeah. It's a frustrating game. At the same point in time, I mean, I think there is consensus among the board that what was determined is not the right answer. My only concern with the motion as written is it really never speaks to the appeal. And I think that we would be remiss, maybe legally, to not say how we are dealing with the applicant's appeal. And what I think we're really trying to do with the applicant's appeal is we are partially granting the applicant's, the appellant's appeal. However, we are leaving silent the question of what is the rear lot line. We are saying that what was determined is not right, but we are not saying what the appellant is saying is the rear lot line is we are not agreeing with that aspect of the appeal. And I think we would be better served if we could rephrase the motion in terms of the appeal, just from a, because right now we're making a motion that doesn't really talk to what the actual, the appeal was. It doesn't use the word appeal.
so we might be able to address that by adding a phrase at front of my motion. The board agrees with the applicant that the determination of the rear lot line by the planning director, I don't know, do we want to say was incorrect? Or
Incorrect.
Was incorrect.
Okay, so, I'll need some,
Just use appellant instead of applicant.
yeah, it should be
Yes.
appellant.
Yes, sorry,
I will
appellant.
need, I think we should withdraw the motion. I would think the second maker of the motion should withdraw it, and we should put forward a new motion. Mr. Mattson, do you
Yeah,
have?
just to comment on how maybe the next motion is made, I guess, the difficult thing for me is that I could agree with your motion, but also it's, I feel like, again, I know it's de novo, so it's not just considering the 2 that are before us, but out of the 2 that are before us, I actually would agree with the planning director more, even if I don't agree fully with it. But based on that motion, I'm in this position where I'm essentially taking the appellant's side, but not agreeing with their proposal either. So, just as a motion, it seems a little I guess it's related to the manage over the rock thing, is that it's not a solution, so.
Okay, let's stay away from rocks. So, well, I need for somebody to withdraw the motion. Mr. Rossi, could you withdraw your motion?
Oh, I didn't, okay, I thought it was Tom's motion. Yeah, fine. I withdraw Tom's
And the
motion.
second agrees. Okay. So, now we're back to comments. Mr. Manno.
I just lost it. Sorry.
Okay. This is a slippery topic.
It is.
Mr. Mattson, anything?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose I could come up with a motion that essentially acknowledges what Tom was saying about agreeing with the appellant that the planning director erred in their decision, but also not agreeing with the appellant's answer.
Okay.
That was my question.
All right, so I have some thoughts, but I'm the chair, so I can't make any motions. But
if you could
I
comment,
think what
yeah.
we're trying to get at is that we are finding that the planning director's determination of the rear lot line is an error. Is that an accurate assessment?
Yeah. That's accurate. It's just that I feel like there's more that I'm trying to convey, I suppose. Because it's the appellant's. The appellant is saying the planning director made the error, in that if we made the motion to agree with the appellant's application, it would be supporting the appellant, I guess.
Well, the appellant is actually talking also about the side lot lines. And I think what this board is most concerned about is the determination of the rear lot line.
We make a motion to grant the appeal, in whatever language you want to put in, that, the board finds that the planning director's determination of the rear lot line was incorrect, insufficient, whatever you want to name it. And we do not accept the appellant's determination of the rear lot lines. But we grant the appeal. We're not saying, we're basically saying we're granting the appeal based on the planning director's 10-foot cutout. But we're also not giving the appellant their red lines.
How does the board think about something like that?
Because what they're I'm sorry, David. What they're specifically asking is that we reverse Mr. Britt's and rule that both the southerly and easterly boundaries of proposed Lot 1 are rear lot lines. So we do have to speak to each and every aspect of that. And if it was me, I would just pick the line opposite of wherever the driveway is and call that the rear lot line, and that's it. Case closed.
Mr. Ram, looks like you had something to say.
Well, I'm kind of going back to the paragraph that in the appellant's document here that says, the appellants appealed the October 21st, 2025 zoning determination by Peter Britz, Director of Planning Sustainability, regarding the classification of the side and rear lot lines for the proposed subdivision at 58 Humphreys Court. So I would say that if there's still no formal motion on the table, I would say that we would grant the appellant's appeal that the classification of the rear lot lines for the proposed subdivision at 58 Humphreys Court is in error, and that the board makes no determination on the classification of the side lot lines for the proposed subdivision at 58 Humphreys Court.
It works.
That sounds good.
I think that. Classification or determination?
Well, I'm just using the wording that they used in their appeal, so I'm trying to keep it the same.
Okay. All right, I'm going to erase again. Okay, so I will ask for a motion and a second. Mr. Rayam, please make the motion.
Yeah, so again, the motion is to grant the appellant's appeal regarding the classification, to grant the appeal of the zoning determination by Peter Britz, Director of Planning Sustainability, regarding the classification of the rear lot lines for the proposed subdivision
Wait,
at
hold on
58
one second.
Humphreys Court. So
Grant
it's-
appellant's appeal of the zoning determination by Peter Britz.
Yeah, they put Director of Planning and Sustainability.
I'm just gonna put planning director.
Yep. Regarding the classification of the rear lot lines for the proposed subdivision at 58 Humphreys Court. So we grant that appeal. It was incorrect.
So regarding classification of the rear lot lines,
The board makes no determination on the classification of the makes no determination on the planning director's classification of the side lot lines for the proposed subdivision.
Second.
hold on, I'm gonna read it back to everybody. Side lot lines for the proposed subdivision. Okay, I'm gonna read it back. Let me know if I got everything right. Longest motion in the history of the world. Grant appellant's appeal of zoning determination by Peter Britz, Planning Director, regarding classification of rear lot lines. Further, the board makes no determination of side lot lines for the proposed subdivision.
Classification of the side lot lines.
No determination of classification of side lot lines for the proposed subdivision.
The proposed subdivision.
Okay. Do we want to add for the proposed subdivision for the first part as to the rear lot line, or no?
Yes,
Okay,
because that's really what the appeal is.
yeah. Okay, I'm just going to read it over one more time. Grant appellant's appeal of zoning determination by Peter Britz, Planning Director, regarding classification of rear lot lines of proposed subdivision. Further, the board makes no determination of classification of side lot lines for the proposed subdivision. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, you have of, I think it should be for the proposed subdivision on your first sentence, but that's the only small change.
Okay.
That is my motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Can I-
Right. I'll ask for a vote.
Sorry, can I make a comment?
Brief one.
It would be a potential thing to add to the motion as an incremental step towards a solution is something that just dawned on me is there can only be one rear lot line. There can't be more than one, or at least based on what I'm reading from the definitions is it's.
In my mind, we've handed it back to the planning
Okay,
director.
okay, yes.
He's going to bring us another rock. Maybe if there's another appeal,
Okay.
we'll get to study the new rock.
Okay.
And see if we like it or not. I feel badly that that's what we're doing, but I think at this point in time, we probably can't get beyond that.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. And I'll start with you, Mr. Mattson.
Yes.
Mr. Rossi.
Yes.
Mr. Rayam.
Yes.
Mr. Mannel.
Yes.
Mr. Nees.
Yes.
And the vice chair votes yes. So the appeal as to the rear lot line has been upheld. So, okay, so with that, if she's still here, I'm going to invite back our chair, unless she's fallen asleep in the lobby. But I do want to say before she comes back to adjourn the meeting, I do want to compliment all of the abutters, the attorneys, and everybody involved with these last 3 applications. I thought you all did a really sensational job. You were all very civil, very informative in your comments, and I just really do think that you all, this is a very difficult situation. I think you all handled it well, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Phyllis is still here.
And as the chair is strolling back into the...
She's still here?
She's still here. I'm going to hand the gavel back to her.
Pizza.
Clearly, she thinks we're buying her beers after.
No, I don't.
I think that was closed about 45 minutes ago.
Why she didn't bring pizza? Could have brought back 2 or 3.
Why not?
Ay, ay, ay. I would just like to
So-
say, in response to Beth's
Motion to-
surprising little speech, that even though I dreaded coming here almost every afternoon before a meeting, I always found it really satisfying, and I think we all work really well to get, reasonable answers for the people who came to us. So, however, these last 3 hours have shown me I'm good. This was really very instructive. So thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay. All in favor? Thank you. Thank you, guys.